Hello, I'm Dr. Mark McClellan. I'm the director of the Duke-Margolis Center for Health Policy. And on behalf of the center, I'd like to welcome you to our workshop today on the future of prescription drug promotion and digital marketing, which is being convened by Duke-Margolis and our partners at the FDA's Office of Prescription Drug Promotion. During this virtual workshop, we're going to have 4 sessions with presentations and moderated discussion covering a wide range of topics related to current and future trends in prescription drug promotion and how such trends may impact patient and healthcare provider thinking and decision-making. We're really pleased to have brought together an array of experts in their fields of marketing, media, industry, and prescription drug promotion, as well as those who can speak to the experiences of patients, consumers, and healthcare providers to discuss emerging trends in the digital space and what the use of novel advertising technologies and marketing strategies in these new and emerging venues may mean for public health. Before we begin, I'd like to go over a few considerations for our discussion, as well as some housekeeping notes. Here we have a short note about our commitment to academic independence and to avoid taking partisan positions in our work. You can find out more about our policies, the links on this slide. We do want everyone to speak their perspectives and discuss issues freely in these meetings, but again, we will not be taking partisan positions. I'd also like to disclose that I'm an independent board member at Alignment Healthcare, Cigna, and Johnson & Johnson. On the next slide, we have some of our virtual meeting reminders. The meeting materials are available on the Duke-Margolis event website. We have speakers from a wide range of backgrounds, and the topics we're covering today are diverse. So our team has provided a glossary for attendees to refer to with working definitions of terminology that you may hear during the course of the day. A member of our team will be sure to drop a link to that document in the Zoom chat so it's easily available for reference. For those of you who are attending, if you would like to ask a question during the presentations or make a comment in the open discussion portion of the meeting, please type it in to the Zoom Q&A box. Please be aware that because we have a high volume of meeting participants, we may not be able to get to all the questions, but we really appreciate your contributing to the discussion. A recording of the meeting will be available on the Duke-Margolis event website and YouTube channel after the conclusion of this event. Finally, the Duke-Margolis Center is convening today's meeting in cooperation with the FDA. This is not a federal advisory committee meeting. We are very interested in your input on the topic, but we won't be following advisory committee procedures or taking a vote or seeking specific consensus at the end of the meeting. The meeting will be a success, again, if we have a frank exchange of a lot of ideas and open discussion. We are very pleased that you all are able to join us today, and we expect to have an interesting and productive discussion on this timely set of important and dynamic topics. Before we begin the actual content, I'd like to go through today's agenda. For this workshop, we're going to have opening remarks from our colleagues at the FDA, followed by 4 sessions of presentation and open discussion. Session 1 will cover the future of television marketing. Session 2 will cover the use of native advertising on digital platforms. Then we'll take a short break. After the break, Session 3 will cover patient and consumer experiences with promotion on digital platforms. This conversation will have a focus on presentation of risk information. And then finally, Session 4 will cover healthcare provider experiences with emerging trends and formats in prescription drug digital promotion. We're going to adjourn today's event around 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Now, I'd like to get going. I want to pass this over to Dr. Katie Gray for opening remarks from the FDA. Dr. Gray is the director of the Office of Prescription Drug Promotion within the Office of Medical Policy and FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. So, Katie, I'd like to turn to you now. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mark, for that very nice introduction. I just want to do a quick sound check. So it looks good. Okay, let's get rolling. So I'm delighted to see so many researchers, patient advocates, and industry experts coming together today to talk about this rapidly changing and critically important area of prescription drug promotion that really is so central to FDA's mission to protect the public health. At FDA, we work to ensure that the public receives accurate, science-based information about the approved and cleared medical products they use. In the Office of Medical Policy and the Office of Prescription Drug Promotion, or OPDP, we strive to foster better communication of prescription drug information with patients and healthcare providers with the goal of supporting well-informed decisions about treatment options. OPDP focuses its efforts on protecting the public health by helping to ensure that prescription drug information directed at both consumers and healthcare providers is truthful, balanced, and accurately communicated. We accomplish this charge through comprehensive surveillance, compliance, education, research, and policy development programs. That's a big portfolio for a small office. And it's one of the reasons why I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to work with Duke-Margolis and engage with such a diverse group of perspectives for today's panel. As a science-based agency, FDA relies on science and data to guide our actions. It is equally important to consider the insights and experiences of patients, consumers, and healthcare providers who are on the front lines each and every day. We can develop a deeper understanding of individual experiences by sharing not only our collective perspectives and insights, but also our challenges and our aspirations. Understanding novel and emerging marketing technologies from the perspective of patients and healthcare providers helps FDA gain a better understanding of how to frame information. It also provides insight on where to place that information to ensure consumers can readily access truthful, reliable, and accurate information about their medications and their health. I am pleased to join today's public meeting on the future of prescription drug promotion and digital marketing. The digital marketing landscape is a dynamic and rapidly evolving ecosystem of platforms, technologies, and strategies. Each year, prescription drug marketers expand digital marketing channels through the integration of legacy marketing strategies with novel technologies, not to mention the introduction of new platforms and digital formats. Patients, consumers, and healthcare providers alike now have boundless resources to interact with prescription drug information. Today, we will explore a broad range of topics across television and internet settings. Consumers are increasingly turning to streaming platforms, and we'll explore the ever-expanding array of advertising features that are available through streaming platforms and technologies like connected TV. The rise of short-form video on platforms such as TikTok, Meta Reels, YouTube, and other platforms has introduced new formats, genres, and styles of product promotion. These platforms and techniques have supported an expanded use of native advertising and influencers. We seek to understand how patients, consumers, and healthcare providers view, comprehend, and use the medical information presented in these settings. Finally, we can't overlook shifts in strategies for targeting advertising toward healthcare providers who diagnose and prescribe products to patients. By sharing the many perspectives on digital marketing gathered in this meeting, we will map out the current state of marketing and look forward to emerging platforms, strategies, and formats that will define the field in years to come. At the same time, we should not discount the complex and sophisticated challenges presented by the digital marketing landscape. Does anyone remember MySpace? When I began my career at FDA, Facebook did not exist. The seeds of what would become social media as we know it today had been planted, but we never imagined the world-changing technology that was to come. Today's meeting is not only about looking to the future, but also understanding the trajectory of prescription drug digital promotion so we can all anticipate the challenges that lie ahead. These challenges do not overwhelm or deter us, quite the opposite. These are challenges that we embrace because they invigorate and continuously remind us of the amazing capacity of human ingenuity and creativity. And together, through your insights, perspectives, and experiences, we will continue to evolve and find solutions to these challenges. As I close, it is important to note that new and emerging marketing formats and platforms do not change the regulatory requirements. Prescription drug promotion must be accurate, it must maintain fair balance, and it must be truthful and non-misleading. These tenets must be the leading considerations for marketers who are developing promotional content on digital settings. While emerging formats and platforms introduce exciting opportunities to reach and connect with new audiences, they also present new challenges to marketers. It is incumbent upon all of us to ensure that consumers, patients, and healthcare providers are presented with truthful, reliable, and accurate information. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for sharing our passion for the public health and our deep interest in the future of promotion and digital marketing. I look forward to the informative and thought-provoking panels and presentations that lie ahead. And now, without further ado, I'm going to hand it off to Nancy Ellen Lapointe to get us started with the first panel. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Katie. That was terrific opening remarks. As mentioned, my name is Nancy Ellen Lapointe, and I am an adjunct associate professor in medicine at Duke University and faculty fellow at the Duke-Margolis Center for Health Policy, and will be the moderator for the first session today, which is entitled Future of Television Marketing. As Katie stated in her opening remarks, the digital marketing landscape is dynamic and rapidly evolving. And as such, we see more and more integration of legacy marketing strategies with novel technologies for prescription drug promotion, and television is a big part of this. In this session, we're going to discuss the current state of prescription drug advertising on television, and then focus on the future direction of such advertising, not only with traditional television, but also connected television. Before we turn to our panel discussion, we're going to start off with a brief presentation from Dr. Stephen Woloshin to help set the stage for our discussion for session one and give us a high-level perspective of where we currently are and where we may be going with television marketing. Dr. Woloshin is a general internist. He's a professor of medicine and community and family medicine and the director of the Center for Medicine and the Media at the Dartmouth Institute for Health Policy and Clinical Practice, Geisel School of Medicine at Dartmouth. I hope I got that right, Stephen. So Stephen, I invite you to come on video and take it away.
Great. Can you see me and hear me?
I can, and it looks good.
That's 2 yeses. All right, good. All right. Well, thank you very, very much for inviting me to be part of this. Before I start, let me just disclose. Oh, next slide, please. My disclosures: I have no industry funding. I do have a grant from Arnold Ventures, which is a nonprofit funder, to do some teaching for journalists. And then the last thing is that this talk is based on work that I did with Lisa Schwartz. Next slide, please. So everyone knows that U.S. healthcare spending is the highest in the world. The estimate in 2021 was over $4 trillion, 18% of GDP. Next slide. So it's an enormous market, and to capture that market or even expand it, companies try to shape public and professional beliefs about medical tests and treatments, and even what counts as disease. Next slide, please. That means that there's an enormous investment in marketing. Lisa and I did a review a couple of years ago, and the total spending for marketing, this is for all drugs, health services, lab testing, and so on, was about $30 billion. 2/3 of that, $20 billion, was directed at professionals, and $10 billion directed at consumers. And most of that was for drugs. Next slide, please. This slide shows you time trends in spending for direct-to-consumer advertising for prescription drugs. That's a total of $6 billion in the slide. And so the slide, it's just time trend. The y-axis is spending, and the x-axis is time, year. And as you can see, the main point of this slide just is that TV advertising, which is the subject of today's meeting, is a huge bit of that. 2/3 of that budget, $4 billion out of the $6 billion, goes towards TV marketing. Next slide, please. So I just want to point, back one, sorry. Yeah, so I just want to point out that there's at the bottom, there's a very small investment in net and mobile, which I guess covers some of this kind of novel marketing that we're going to be talking about. The point I just want to make here is that usually when we talk about marketing, we talk about in terms of spending, as a proxy for how much marketing there is. It's not a good proxy because these new modalities are much, much cheaper. The unit costs are really cheap, but they have enormous reach. So maybe that's something that we will talk about this meeting or in the future to think about better ways to measure these issues. Next slide, please. So what is $4 billion in direct-to-consumer drug advertising tell consumers about drugs? Next slide. I would say not a lot. In general, the benefit of the products is asserted. There's qualitative language, although not always. There are images, and generally there are no numbers. So people really are not clear about how well drugs work. And there have been numbers of studies showing that people tend to fill in the blanks and overestimate the benefit of drugs. Next. On the harm side, there's also problems here too. The harms are asserted. They're often, these kitchen lists of all sorts of harms, some very scary, and often there's no qualitative or quantitative language to say how often these things happen. So here, the result is the two possible results. One is some people just ignore these, the side effects because the lists are so big and overwhelming, and so they may not lose interest in drugs that might help them. On the other hand, some people may overestimate the size of these serious harms and may not be interested in drugs that could help them. So the problem is the way that both benefit and harm are communicated is really problematic. Next slide. So we don't have time to go through some TV ads. It would be fun if we did, but I just wanted to quickly just take a look at one. So I just Googled most advertised DTC drug ads on TV. Next. And Rinvoq came up. I can't pronounce the real name, but just quickly. So when the ad comes on TV, the announcer says, if you still have symptoms of moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis after TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, stand up to your symptoms with Rinvoq. Next, please. And this is how the benefit is asserted in the ad. The announcer says the drug tackles pain, stiffness, and swelling. For some, it significantly reduces fatigue rather, and it can stop irreversible joint damage. So that sounds very good, but of course, how big are these effects? Next slide, please. There are no numbers, just there are words and images, and these things suggest that the drug works really, really well. Next. This is just a screenshot of the ad. It shows someone, now remember, this is a drug for someone with really bad rheumatoid arthritis, but the ad shows a man dancing and leading an exercise class, which may or may not be accurate. I mean, I would like to know how often the drug leads people, who take this drug to be able to do these kinds of activities. But you can't know, you can only guess from this slide. Next. If you look at the review documents, the FDA review documents, not at the television ad, you see that you can quantify the effects, and the effects are, you might arguably substantial. I mean, you might argue, so 70% versus 40% had some noticeable improvement on this, a commonly used outcome called the ACR20. 25%, that's actually a misprint, should be 20% versus 5% had a major improvement. So if I were a patient, I'd want to know this sort of thing, that this drug may have a big improvement, or I might want to know that most people taking it don't have a major improvement. But again, that's not possible the way the ads are set up. Next slide, please. Oh, and by the way, it's only 12-week data, and people take this drug for much longer, so maybe the effects go away, whatever. Again, I'd like to know that if I were a patient. Next. And then, of course, the ad lists all the serious harms, and there are serious infections, blood clots, even death. How you can decide whether the benefits are worth these harms is really problematic if you don't have a sense of how frequent these things happen. Next slide, please. So the idea of getting data into TV ads, to some people, it seems crazy. I mean, you just can't be done, right? There's so little time, but I think you can do it. Next. Consumers see numbers all the time. The next slide, please. This is a football game, and you can see, and this is a screenshot from television. It shows there's the equivalent of absolute numbers for each study group, which is the score, in each team's score. There's a time frame. It tells you the time, how long into the football game we're going and what period it is. And there's even a visual analog scale there at the bottom where you are on the field. So there's all sorts of stuff that consumers can use and understand. And I think if you can do it for football, why can't you do this for drugs? Next, please. This is just another example. This just was on my Google News feed. I just happened to see this. Again, it's a sport analogy, but it's about baseball, and there's tons of numbers here. And again, consumers are used to seeing stuff like this. We should be able to draw on that. Next slide, please. Ironically, there is one place on the ad where something is quantified. Next. At the bottom, it says you pay as little as $5 per month if you use certain payment services through the company. So you can quantify information. They chose to quantify how much you save, not how much you save on your symptoms or how much risk you have with the harms. Next slide, please. Ideally, people should get this information, benefit harm information, presented symmetrically using absolute numbers. This is an idea called the drug fact box, which a number of us have promoted for a long time. Hard to do on a television ad, but now with these new technologies, it should be possible to link to these things. Next, please. Next. Next. So new technology makes it possible to personalize ads and link to all sorts of resources. It's exciting possibility, but it's a double-edged sword. It could be a valuable opportunity for consumer education. Next slide. But it also could result in marketing disguised as education. And I think this is going to be a big challenge for the regulator. And I hope that they're up for it because this is critically important stuff. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Stephen, for getting us teed up for, I think, what's going to be a great discussion with our diverse panel of experts. So let me welcome the additional panelists to the screen. First, I'd like to welcome Jennifer Hessler, who's Assistant Professor in Film and Media Studies at North Carolina State University. Next, we have Michael Kubin, who is the Executive Vice President for Media at NVIDI. And then finally, Amanda Stark, who's the Associate Professor of Strategy at the Kellogg School of Management and a Faculty Research Fellow at the National Bureau of Economic Research. Welcome to all of you, and thank you in advance for sharing your expertise and insights today on television marketing. So we do have several discussion questions that we have lined up for the panel's discussion, which they'll be putting up on the screen shortly. Also, a member of the Duke-Margolis team is going to put the discussion questions into the Zoom chat for the audience to reference throughout the session, because we will take this slide down when we begin our discussion. In addition, remember Dr. McClellan at the beginning mentioned we're going to be accepting some questions from our audience. So please feel free to submit questions into the Zoom Q&A feature. And we will try to get to as many of those questions as we can during the course of our discussion. But as was mentioned, there's a lot of folks on this call, and so we have a limitation in time. But we'll try to get to as many of them as possible. So what I'd like to do is, I'm really excited about this discussion. I've actually already learned a lot just in listening to Katie and Stephen. And so I thought I would get things kicked off with our first discussion question. Realizing that none of us obviously can predict the future, one of the key areas of interest, as mentioned by Katie in her opening remarks, is where do you see the state of prescription drug television marketing in the future? And I think Stephen kind of gave us some sort of teed us up pretty well with this. So I'm interested in each of you kind of sharing your perspectives, either adding to what he said or bringing in other things. And then I may circle back to Stephen at the end there to fill in any holes. So I think we've got everybody up on camera now. So I thought, who wants to kick us off? I thought maybe Amanda or Michael perhaps start us off here.
Sure, I'll get us started. None of us can predict the future, but we can think through the general ideas that firms are thinking about when they're making some of these decisions. So I think it's helpful for us to think about what drug manufacturers are doing when they're thinking about their advertising decisions. One of the things that I think is important to highlight is that, of course, firms are marketing for a reason. They're marketing to increase their overall profits. And that means that when they're thinking about the marketing decisions that they're going to make, sort of two things have to be true. So first and foremost, we expect the return on investment to be positive. Okay. And so they're doing it because it must have an impact on overall sales that allows them to increase revenue despite the cost of advertising. At the same time, we know that as firms are thinking about advertising, if they're thinking about advertising on TV, they of course have other options. That could be other options of places to advertise through other media channels, which have grown in prominence and make it easier to do some of these targeted efforts that we just heard about. And at the same time, of course, the other thing they could do, just spitballing here, is lower their prices. And so it has to be the case that on the margin, okay, the last dollar that they're spending on TV advertising is at least as valuable as a dollar spent advertising, say on the web or by lowering their prices. And we can generally, I have empirical evidence in support of that model of behavior. And so as we're thinking about changes to the environment, I think it's useful to remember that basic framework of how firms think about making decisions and let that guide our analysis of what we think is likely to happen as various features of the media landscape change.
And so, Amanda, and I'll open this up to anybody, but I think in Stephen's presentation, he sort of talked about sort of television, the dollars there for television versus the net mobile. But I think that was of 2016 was the last date there. So do we know now, have these sort of crossed completely over? Are we seeing more sort of internet, other types of, is television dollars decreasing? I mean, and maybe it's a difference between traditional versus streaming. So I'll throw that out to anyone who, maybe Michael, you can take that.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I was actually gratified to see the word television in the topic that we're discussing, because in my world, a lot of people are moving from television into premium video. That seems to be the sort of the buzzword du jour. Although I don't see any 3-year-old kids saying to their mom, hey, I want to watch premium video today, but still television. So television is still an extremely powerful marketing tool, although it is being redefined. So it's not the linear TV that we grew up with, that were, 3 channels, 5 channels, whatever. Now, literally, we just bought a TV at home, and it is staggering, the amount of choices that are out there, a combination of linear and streaming. I mean, it is literally limitless. So that is all, whether you call it television or Prime Video, that's what we're talking about now. And those dollars, from everything that we're seeing, those dollars are increasing at a pretty rapid pace. In terms of what the future holds, there's one thing that I want to get across in terms of what is happening. It is the morphing of television, which used to be this incredibly powerful way to reach a lot of people. It was one to many. So it was really simple for a car advertiser or pharmaceutical advertiser or travel advertiser to reach a lot of people at once. That is now going and becoming one to one. So one to many was the way it was, one to one, where a pharmaceutical advertiser can pick a particular condition and using data, obviously always HIPAA compliant, and then reach those people that are most likely to have that condition or know someone who has that condition, and then can respond in a very efficient way, cost-efficient way, and also efficient from a communications way to that particular campaign. So that's what we're seeing, and that's an enormous sea change in how television is used.
Okay, and so if I'm understanding correctly, and a lot of these terms I have to keep referring back to the glossary too. So I'll remind the audience too that we have a glossary with a lot of these terms. So premium video, I mean, is that also like just your streaming services? Is that correct? Okay,
Yes.
All right. And so the one-to-one that you mentioned, I want to kind of elaborate just a little bit on that, and pull maybe Jennifer in here a little bit too to see sort of what her perspectives are from the surveys and such that she's done. But thinking through, that has to be a lot of information that the marketer has about the individual. So they're gathering information about the individual to be able to provide that feedback to them in that, I'm assuming, streaming setting or internet setting or whatever it may be. Is that correct? Am I understanding that right? Maybe go ahead, Michael.
I'm happy to. So you raise a very, very important topic, which is this one-to-one only works if you have data. And I'll give you a little factoid, which I cannot back up. However, it's used a lot, which is that 90% of all the marketing data that exists in America today was created in the last 2 years. So that kind of shows you the dramatic increase in data that exists. So if you have an affinity card for where you buy your groceries, every one of your purchases is tracked. So we know what toothpaste you use. We know what tissue paper you use, anything. We know that. And by we, I mean the marketer. And the marketer can then take that information and translate it into targeting information. And the technology exists for taking that spot and sending it to that household according to that data that exists. So data is not the problem, and the technology is not the problem. They exist, and this is expanding.
Okay, all right. Scary, and I guess informational too. Jennifer, did you have any thoughts on this just sort of broad question before we move on to the next one? Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with many of the points brought up by the other panelists. The only other thing I would add is, along with this kind of new turn toward the capabilities to address one-to-one, the kind of other side of that coin is that there are now kind of more plentiful target demographics out there for prescription drug advertisers to look to. In the past, with TV, they largely focused on channels or networks that were known to have more mature viewers, and would maybe leave alone channels like networks like MTV and stuff like that. Whereas now, with the ability to target viewers in more precise terms, not only might they look toward mature viewers, of course, but it's easier to get information about what sorts of younger demographics might actually be interested in certain types of prescription drug uses. It will be easier to locate different demographic groups that have health issues or are dealing with depression or mental illness. So the array of audience targets that prescription drug users can identify and try to advertise to is, I think, also more plentiful because of the new data landscape.
Yeah, and I think that kind of goes really well into our next discussion question too, which is, do you foresee the pharmaceutical industry continuing to market through linear TV at its current level? And if not, what mix of linear and connected TV marketing do you foresee in the next 5 to 10 years? And I also like to add, because of what you said there, Jennifer, age of the individual. So is there a different targeting strategy? Geography? I mean, what are sort of the factors that go into looking at that? Because, and again, I don't know, is it that, older people tend to be more on traditional TV, and so if you have a drug that you're trying to target to that population, you may put more of your dollars in the traditional TV market and not have as much data to provide a one-to-one in a streaming platform, for example. So, just kind of curious what everyone's thoughts are there. And maybe we'll go back around. I'll let you chime in as to who would like to kick that off, because I think all of you could share something there.
I could kick us off with some data. I know that Nielsen just recently released a report this month about the TV landscape. And what they're saying is that still around 50% of the time spent watching TV is on broadcasting or cable TV. And around 40% of it now is on streaming. So that tells us that linear is still a huge market for advertising, and it's still where a lot of the money still is. But that is a 10% shift. So a year ago in 2022, in August, around only 30% of the TV viewership was going to streaming, and now it's up to 40%. So that 10% shift is quite big for 1 year. So just in this past year, that audience has shifted. But linear TV still remains important. And if we look specifically at the mature audience, linear, around 60% of the audience on a given night watching linear TV, that's broadcasting or cable, is over the age of 55. So that's quite an aged audience. But even in streaming, around 40% of the people in a streaming site in a typical day are above 55 too. So that older audience still is where you're gonna is mostly what you're gonna see if you're advertising on linear TV these days. But they are moving to streaming increasingly, and especially on Hulu, Netflix, and YouTube. That's where we're seeing the kind of mature audience migrate. So I would say, to answer your question, that linear TV is still going to be a really important place for advertisers to be marketing. That hasn't changed, but especially in this past year, we have seen kind of a move of particularly mature audiences over to over to streaming audiences. So I think that will be over to streaming sites, and I think that will be increasingly important for advertisers into the future, as Dr. Woloshin has already mentioned.
Okay, and then go ahead, Michael.
So I agree, but I would also say this as a prediction: these distinctions are going to disappear. So the way that if you fast forward, pick a number of years, when you want to watch television / premium video, whatever you want to call it, what you're going to do is you're going to do an Alexa. Basically, you're going to say, I want to watch, name the program, and it will come up. And it's not going to make any distinction as to whether it's linear or connected or streaming. It's going to find that program for you. So these distinctions will disappear. And in terms of what Nielsen is saying, in terms of age and gender, which, by the way, what Nielsen does is age and gender, period. That's it. That's what they do. And by the way, built a hell of a business on that. But so if you watch the 6:30 news, or 6:30 in New York, might be a different time where you are. If you watch the network news, you're going to see a parade of pharmaceutical spots that are targeted to older people, because that is a big concentration of older people. So, but there's an enormous amount of waste in that, because wasted reach, because not everybody who's watching has those conditions. Clearly, not everybody watching has multiple illnesses. So the beauty of targeting is that when the data exists, and a pharmaceutical advertiser wants to reach a particular audience that has a particular condition, they can do that without wasted reach. So age and gender goes away, and it becomes very specific to the condition. And as Jennifer said before, it could be at MTV, it could be on Hulu, it could be anywhere, because that is where they're watching.
Okay. And Amanda, is there, I'm interested in sort of the economics of things and how this works, right? So I mean, I think the numbers that we've talked about have been kind of through a pandemic, and now we're moving into sort of inflation and stuff. Does this have an impact too? Does this change where people go to view where they're going? And what I'm assuming here is, what I'm kind of leading to, is marketers then sort of follow where people or consumers are going, right? So they're following those trends, and they want to be where people are watching things. And so does the economy, does the fact that we're coming out of a pandemic, do those things interplay here?
So I'm not a macroeconomist, but I am a microeconomist, and wearing my sort of strategy professor hat as we get started with the new quarter, one of the things we've seen in the TV landscape recently is the great unbundling, right? And so we've seen this unbundling. Everyone used to hate their cable company because they said, oh, I'm paying for 150 channels and there's nothing to watch. The good news now is that you can buy individual channels, but it turns out we hate that even more. And so one of the things that we have seen recently, and we saw this with Charter and Disney just this week, is that we're starting to get some of those bundles put back together. So while I completely agree with Michael, I cannot wait for the day where I just tell the Alexa equivalent what show I want to watch, and it appears on my giant TV screen. The ways in which we pay for that are changing, and that's going to change the return that various content creators get, right, depending on how reliant they are on subscription revenue versus advertising revenue. And I think one thing that will be interesting to see is, as that model changes, how reliant do content creators become on advertising versus subscription revenue, which will determine some of where marketers are spending their dollars on this front. And so I think there are a bunch of interesting factors that are going on in the broader media landscape that will impact how drug manufacturers think about advertising their products.
Okay, and sort of getting back sort of to specifics on drugs. So we know that we have to have, as Katie mentioned in the beginning, you have to have balanced information and all that. So how do are marketers looking at this differently on streaming platforms and other things as to how they sort of put together a marketing piece? Is there a difference, and what might those differences be?
So I'm not a content guy. I'm a media and tech guy, and when it comes to television, so I can't speak to actual content, but I can speak to when a marketer wants to include a particular bit of information in their campaign or in their spot, and they're looking to connect that with people with whom that will resonate, then they can do that, and that's something that is new. That's something that really was not available until quite recently. So the whole way of looking at the creative product is changing. For instance, you can now do a sequence of spots that is a story. So you can build a story based upon something that is happening to an individual or perhaps a family, if you wish. And you can make sure, again, because the technology exists, that viewers will see that in sequence. That was never able to be done. So these are capabilities that we're going to be seeing more of.
Yeah, and I want to get back, maybe pull Stephen in here a little bit too, because you mentioned a lot about numbers. And, I grew up kind of in an era where we talked about numeracy and the fact that people had a hard time with numbers and deciphering information. So we had to come up with sort of creative ways to express information about risk and benefit in a way that the general audience could better understand. And so I thought it was interesting what you presented in the opening there. How do you see sort of these streaming services, when you're looking back at what's been done on television, are there certain things that you can think of that could be done to help people better understand the risk and benefits? And maybe from the number perspective, maybe not, I'm not sure, but listing out dozens of side effects, for example, is challenging for people. But is there a better way to kind of present that would be maybe more amenable in these streaming platforms than we do in sort of traditional TV?
Sure. So just first, people are much better at numbers than they're given credit for. If we give people numbers in a complicated way that's hard to understand, it's no surprise that they don't understand. But it's really possible to do it well. And there's a lot of research supporting different quantitative formats, ways of expressing numbers, some visuals. So I think you can actually communicate quite a bit. But the bigger question here is, but the quality of the content. I'm anxious that I don't know that the person who has the financial interest in selling the drug is the right person to be educating the public about the benefits and harms. So ideally, there would be another way for people to have reliable, objective information. What we do with drug boxes, we draw that information from FDA. FDA has the best information. They have access to the best information. So that's something I think that we should be thinking about, how to deliver that kind of content. In the context of an advertisement, what can be done? Certainly listing a kitchen sink of side effects is no good. There's Colbert and John Oliver and Saturday Night Live make fun of ads because of the way they do it. And but it's not a joke, because this is really important stuff. So we know how not to do it. How to do it, one way would be linking, especially with these new technologies and modalities, would be linking to objective, good information. That's one possibility. Another possibility would be maybe requiring some quantification of the main outcome benefit. And that's another possibility. There's a lot of things to think about, but ultimately, I'm not totally sure. I said that wrong. I don't believe that the right context for this kind of information and education is a marketing context. But so maybe I'm on the wrong page, but that's my feeling.
Just to add to that, the QR code is extremely powerful when it comes to additional information, and that's something that we're seeing more of, and that's a no-brainer. You're going to see every spot's going to have a QR code appended to it.
Right, but where is it going to take you to? That's the thing I'm concerned about. It'll take you, like, for example, there are disease awareness campaigns out there. There's hundreds of them. And they don't mention the drug by name, but they just mention the condition. And so they're not regulated by FDA the way a drug ad is. And the problem is they often include a link to the company website. So in other words, there's often, it's education, but it's really marketing dressed up as education. So I worry, that's my concern.
So those spots are, when they don't mention the product name, and they just mention a condition, usually it will say, ask your doctor or health practitioner about it. And so there's another campaign that's taking place to them, so that when they get a patient calling them up saying, hey, I saw the spot that's going to cure my whatever, asthma, or whatever it was, then that healthcare practitioner is going to hopefully make that connection. And that's the game that marketer is hoping is being played. But you're right. that you lose control when it takes them to some site that has content that is that belongs to the pharmaceutical company.
Yeah, and I think if I'm correct, that in our glossary, that's like omnichannel is one of the terms there, and we'll be talking more about it in session 4 with a healthcare practitioner. But this is my understanding, this is a relatively new way of approaching things. Although I must admit, I think in the past there were always sort of buzzwords or taglines that were in consumer advertisements as well as healthcare practitioner advertisements to sort of tie them together. Is this just more of a concentrated effort there, or is this really evolving into a whole new area?
Well, I wonder that it would be a much more concentrated effort. It's much easier. So now you can target consumers using all this information that the marketers have, and you can give them information that may be spin, that may not be so reliable, that will influence their decision making. So I'm really concerned about that.
Did anyone else want to comment on that? No. Okay. I'm going to take try to integrate in one of the questions from the audience here, and it's around, and I guess you can read it in different ways. So does it make sense to apply broadcast TV regulations to streaming formats? And so I'm assuming the meaning there is guidelines for prescription drugs that's on traditional forums to streaming platforms, but interested kind of in your thoughts there. How difficult, because I know, Stephen, you ended your presentation talking about the challenges there'll be to regulators here as we move forward. So maybe it's worth sort of talking about what are we looking at here? How can people adapt, or there need to be sort of new considerations in looking at these drug promotions? Who wants to kick us off there? Nobody. Stephen, maybe can you expand a little bit on what you were talking about in your presentation with, just maybe kick us off with your thoughts on the challenges for regulators.
Well, we heard in the opening, FDA has some requirements for what can be said in an ad. The information is supposed to be true. It's supposed to be not misleading. It's supposed to be balanced. But there's a lot of value judgments in all those things. And if you look at drug ads, TV ads, or print ads, you often have to wonder what does balance really mean? How is information presented? Is it possible to give people information in a way that helps them, improves their understanding without persuading them necessarily? I mean, the goal of marketing is to persuade people. The goal of education is to inform them. So that's why I'm saying that. I think that at the fundamental level, there's a problem here about we're asking marketing to do something that it's not designed to do. And so that's my concern. It's really good at getting people to think about a drug or maybe even want to get the drug, but it's not really great at informing people about the benefits and harms so that desire, that intent is informed. So I'm sorry, I keep saying the same thing, but that's my fundamental concern.
Well, you said something which actually is really important for this conversation, which is let's not forget that that we're talking about business here. So the marketing is a business, yep. and you're absolutely right. The chief marketing officer in any role, pharmaceutical, automotive, whatever, their job is to sell product. They're going to do that within whatever boundaries they're given. They're going to do that as best they can. And in my experience, they will get to those boundaries or as close to those boundaries as they're legally able to, because they're looking to produce a result, which is to sell product. So I'm very mindful of the fact that this is a business. It's not healthcare in an altruistic way. It is making money. So and that's the bit that we're clearly that's the business that our clients are in.
And I would just add to that, as someone who's sort of thought about measurement of those effects, that is the goal, right? And then we can think from a policy perspective, whether that goal is well aligned with what society is hoping for. And so, in the context in which we've looked, one of the things that is generally true is that ads within a category have spillovers to other products in the category, and that includes generic drugs, which are safe, effective, and quite frankly, cheap. And so, if that is the case, one of the things we find, our study uses somewhat older data now, so we're looking at statins, but statin ads increase generic statin use enough such that the cost benefit analysis sort of indicates that they sort of pay for not only the statin ads but all the direct to consumer advertising during our time period. And so I think rather than sort of thinking of these two comments as being in conflict, I think the right way to think about it is, we know that firms are maximizing profits. We know that they're going to make business decisions about how to advertise given regulations. When is that well aligned with what policymakers want, and when is it not?
Yeah, good point. Go ahead.
No, to say the cost benefit analysis, what's the benefit there is, what the benefit was to the company's bottom line. Is that what you meant by benefit?
The benefit was to the patient. The benefit was to the patient.
But that's not necessarily right, because there's been an increase, like with statins. Lots of people are taking statins for primary prevention where there's really little, if any, evidence that it's helpful.
And the best clinical evidence that we have available. And so if that clinical evidence is biased in some way, I'm all for better clinical evidence.
Right, but we're talking about the way that the evidence is being used, or not evidence. These assertions are being made in the marketing.
Oh, this evidence is being used by me.
Right, but I'm saying an ad doesn't say, here's a statin, you can get a statin, it's really great. But if you don't have, if it's for primary prevention, terrific. If it's for primary prevention, I mean, it has marginal effect. There may be no benefit to you, maybe more harm than benefit. No one's going to buy that, right? So there's no advertisement like that. I'm just saying that,
so we analyze the advertising that exists. Absolutely.
Right, and so it's biased towards selling the product, which
absolutely, I mean, we want to make sure that those profit maximizing motives are well aligned with our policy goals, and that sort of unites, I think, what you had to say and what Michael had to say.
Well, and let me pivot this a little bit, because I'm thinking about the consumer who's watching these ads, right? So are there features or components of the ads, whether it's traditional TV streaming, whatever the platform, that the consumer understands or sees that this is advertisement versus education? I mean, are there things that may lean a consumer one way or the other, or do people in general look at these all with a skeptic eye? Do they look at them open-minded? Do they, are there differences? Because I think that's kind of what you're getting at, the crux here with, as you said, it is a business, and the point of the advertisement is to get the product out there, to make people aware of it, to make people potentially more aware of it, to ask for it, as well as their healthcare providers to prescribe it. But I guess from the consumer perspective, what are there features of these ads or things that make them more or less, I guess, trusted or considered reliable by the consumer? And I don't know, Jennifer, I don't know. Oh, go ahead, Michael.
Sorry, Stephen. I was just going to say that one feature is that there's this underlying assumption that people have that what it means for FDA to approve a drug. So if a drug is advertised, FDA has approved it. We've done surveys which show that plurality of Americans think that only really safe, really effective drugs without important side effects can be advertised. So once you have that, there's all that trust implicit. Then these messages are not met with a kind of skeptical, critical eye that they really need to be, I think.
So let me just add some, you can call it cynicism or skepticism or reality. But the way it works from the marketer's point of view is quite straightforward. They will produce, the creative agency will produce ads that will have hooks in them that are intended to get responses. And those hooks are tested exhaustively. So they're A/B tests, copy tests, they're visual tests, they're There's all kinds of images. If you want to show flexibility, you see a grandparent picking up the grandkid. I mean, those things are not done by accident. They're all extremely strategic and very tested. And the ones you see frequently are the ones that work. And the ones you don't see frequently are the ones that don't work. It's very Darwinian. So, that's the process. And now with greater ability to target, that those hooks are more and more and more effective, and because they're tested much more accurately. So that's what you're seeing. That's what you're going to continue to see, that much more than you are today. That technology exists and will be used.
Right. Well, that's why I think it's incumbent on the FDA. I mean, the FDA's right. Isn't the FDA's mission is to protect the public health, right? So FDA's got a big challenge to try to improve the quality of the information, or to think about ways to ensure that patients are getting information that they can use, that it's transparent, that it's reliable. I agree with you. There's tons of, the marketers are brilliant. There's no question in my mind. We can learn so much about them, about communicating. But the problem here is we're not selling an iPhone, or we're selling something that has benefits and harms that really can be life-changing.
Yeah. Go ahead, Michael.
Really quickly, the amount of money spent in pharmaceutical, I think it's the third largest category after automotive and entertainment is pharma. I mean, it's gigantic, and that's not going away. So there's a lot of resources, a lot of intelligence that's being put into engineering successful television campaigns for pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, and so I wanted to kind of, well, unless, Jennifer, did you have something that looked like you were about ready to talk?
Oh yeah, I just want to add to that. I mean, one of the interesting things about prescription drug marketing is like the quantity of it that already exists informs then the array of data that exists that can further inform the marketing of it. So increasingly, marketing campaigns are looking at things like, which audiences are, what audience or target out there is experiencing, X symptom, or which people are already using this over-the-counter medication, or which people have already clicked on ads that our competitors have put out there. So it's like the quantity of advertising that already exists in the landscape further increases the amount of data that we know about these consumers of prescription drug advertising, and then that further informs the advertising strategies of how these companies target people. So it's kind of a loop thing too, where the quantity further increases the array of data, which can further increase the specificity with which competitors kind of target competitors' existing consumer bases, or find people that are already treating certain symptoms with over-the-counter medications and try to target ads to them that are for prescription drugs. So I think that's an important component of this conversation too.
Yeah, and kind of with this, I guess I've sort of had a question as we're talking about sort of these streaming platforms, and even when people are, recording television programs and such. So how many people, I mean, obviously it's working, people are seeing the promotions, right? But on some of these, you have the ability to perhaps buy a subscription that has no ads, or you have the ability to fast forward through ads or things. Do we know how much of an impact that is? Is that something that marketers are looking at moving forward, and will that have impacts on how ads are or streaming platforms and such are targeted by marketers for drugs?
Absolutely. So we're conscious of that. It's been in the news a lot lately, and by lately I mean over the last several years. So the amount of commercial-free viewing, even though total viewing, I should start with saying total viewing continues to increase. The amount of commercial-free viewing is also increasing. So, but it's whatever numbers you choose to look at, 15%, 20%, somewhere in that range. There's still a huge chunk that contains commercial, that is commercial supported. And the other part of it is that even the commercial-free content, it will at some point have an option to give to the consumer, saying if you are willing to see ads, then you will pay less for this content. So that's kind of swirling around, but it's by no means are we at a point where there's a majority of viewing that's taking place that does not have commercials attached to it.
the overall sentiment I get from from attending trade conventions and things like that is that there's not as much concern about a loss of overall audience as there was, 8 to 10 years ago. I think the overall sentiment is that there's more gains in the ability for one to find an audience in the current landscape.
And what are the, oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to add that, I mean, a big move of third-party measurement firms has been to figure out how to deduplicate audiences. That has been a concern. Like, how do you know that, if you have someone watch, what are people watching? Game of Thrones on HBO platform, on how do you know that's a different audience or the same person that watched the first part of it on their smart TV? So figuring out how you make sure that the eyes that you're measuring aren't the same person 5 times, but just that each individual, how do you sparse out the individual? And increasingly, we have tools to deduplicate audiences. So it's easier to track a single audience member from what they watch on TV to what they engage with online and know that that's the same person, so that we're not overcounting the amount of people that are seeing ads.
Yeah.
And what are the, oh, go ahead, Michael.
Just real quick, a phrase you hear a lot in the media business is holy grail. The holy grail of what Jennifer is talking about is not just 2 different media, but you got the phone, you got the iPad, you've got the TV, you've got, all this stuff that you call it deduplicated, but actually just identifying who that viewer is so that you can give them the message with the appropriate amount of frequency. So that is absolutely a very fertile playing field that's taking place right now.
And
So,
are the formats different that people are seeing on streaming versus iPhone versus iPad? Is it giving them the same information in different formats? Is it, how is that? What does that look like, I guess, now? And what do you foresee that to look like in the near future?
from a content standpoint, I don't hear much difference. There's format, there's physical format in terms of the dimension of the screen. But in terms of the actual content, I don't hear a lot of conversation around different messages by different distribution mechanisms.
And Jennifer, is that sort of the same thing that you've been observing or hearing about as well? Oh, you're on mute. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. I think thus far, I don't see a lot of conversation about formats being different from device to device thus far. But I think in the future, it's likely to happen because increasingly the way that audiences are targeted are not just based on things like gender and age and race, but increasingly like these more complex profiles. So recently Adweek released a branded strategy kind of document for the prescription drug company where they're looking at different case studies of what consumer profiles look like. And some of the examples they gave was like the boxer dad or the soccer CEO or the student grandmother or the reality bro teenager. So, and it might be the case that the reality bro teenager watches is a very different kind of target group than the student grandmother. So as it becomes known where the reality bro teenager is watching their content versus the student grandmother, then it may be in the future that the format of those advertising do change in order to better target those consumer groups. But I think that that's something more for the future. I don't think we've gotten there yet.
Okay.
But
Yeah. And
it follows the theme of one-to-one, which we started out with, is that's you're putting it into groups and groups that have certain traits, and they can now be targeted as well. Instead of everybody seeing the same message, you see a different group. Each different group gets their own message.
Yeah, and so we have about 10 minutes left, and I wanted to really sort of focus in these last 10 minutes about looking forward. So the future. I mean, obviously we talked a lot about that, but I'm kind of interested in some things around the fact of what you're seeing in emerging trends that you think are going to impact. I know none of us have a crystal ball, but emerging trends or how people are looking at existing things that work and morphing them for new technologies or new avenues, or even if you see sort of something on the horizon as a new technology by which people go to that ads could be placed that we can't even perhaps envision at this point in time. So I thought maybe I'd do kind of just a round robin, if you will. Michael, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. I don't know if it was Jennifer or Amanda before used the word scary when I talked about data that's available. And Some people call it scary. I think that if you want to look at it positively from the advertiser point of view, they know who they're talking to and they could find that person. So that is going to continue, and that is absolutely the track that we are on. So right now, today, it is possible to say, hey, John Smith, I know you have asthma. We have a drug to cure that. Now, if John Smith is watching TV, that is scary. So that's not going to happen. However, John Smith is going to be part of 50,000 John Smiths who have asthma, who are going to be seeing a spot that is going to tell them what to do if they have asthma. So that is a trend that we're not putting that genie back in the bottle. That is going to continue and accelerate. And the other part of that is that Jennifer mentioned, the cross-media part. The cross-media component, absolutely, no question. The individual is going to be identified as to which platforms they're watching on, and they're going to be sent the right spot regardless of what platform they're watching TV on.
And then, Michael, I think it might have been me that said scary. So sorry with that.
Yeah, I'll just pick up from there. I would never use the word scary to describe data. Maybe the data collection process, the data itself, provides some potentially valuable insights. And, as we're thinking of, assuming it's de-identified and safe and all of those things, and thinking about combining the two things that you just said, that might mean that that traditional TV advertising plays a very different role than it has in the past, where it might provide more information. There might just be less of it. It might provide a more broad informational role that is supplemented with those targeted ads, because as those chief marketing officers are thinking about the decisions that they're making in terms of how to advertise, again, we want to think about them thinking about multiple channels at the same time. And so their ability to leverage all of those channels is likely to be useful. And, maybe with the ability to target consumers more effectively, we can provide not only data to them, but data that is well tailored to their particular clinical conditions.
Who wants to go next? Stephen, I see you're off mic. You want to go next?
Sure. I mean, I actually, I have one comment and I have a question. So, I mean, I think the conclusion to this is that we're becoming better and better at delivering content. And I think we need to become better and better at making sure that the content is reliable. Otherwise, this is like you said, the Holy Grail, but it might be Pandora's box. But my question is actually, maybe for other people on the panel, I've been talking to people who are doing research in social media, and there's this sense that like influencers now are going to be the future rather than these traditional marketing modes, because they're much cheaper and they're really unregulated. And I'm wondering if that's something you guys have thought about.
I see Jennifer shaking her head too. So
I have thought about that a little bit. I don't necessarily have any data or anything to share about that. I do think that, as you've emphasized, like a large part of the marketing strategy of these prescription drug companies is toward sentiment, is toward, convincing people that taking this drug will help you dance or help you experience life outside in a better way. And increasingly, like, sentiment analysis tools are being used by prescription drug companies to measure the sentiment that audiences have toward influencers, toward social media campaigns. So I think that will be something that increasingly informs marketing in the future too. I'm not sure that we have a segment on that as a part of this Duke event, but I think that that's important.
Michael, did you have something?
Yeah, just to underline again, effectiveness. So influencers are effective. The reason that they are used by marketers and very popular is because if they say something, then they're trusted, and trust is a really important ingredient in this business. And people tend to follow their advice. And people know, they're not stupid. People know that influencers are paid. It doesn't seem to matter. They're still as effective. It's a great channel. It's another channel. It is not going to be the only channel. Nothing's going to be the only channel. It's always about the mix. Things work together much better than they work separately. So yeah, influencers absolutely part of it.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be talking about more of this too in some subsequent sessions today about the social influencers and such as well. Kind of getting back to sort of traditional TV versus streaming format. So if I'm hearing correctly, we're going to continue to have a a need for the traditional TV and putting ads there, but then things are shifting more and more to, as you said, these one-to-one. So over time, it sounds like we'll move more away from, as people age and things, we'll move more away from traditional TV placement of ads to more sort of streaming, connected TV types of things. Are there trends that you're seeing that exist now, I guess, in traditional TV or even in the early ages of streaming that you see are going to be long lasting as we make this transition, or perhaps over the next 5 years or so?
I mean, just a really careful attention to analysis of who's responding, who responded, how did they, what was the next step? Did they go to the website? Did they get more information? Did they contact their healthcare provider? All that whole chain of events that takes place from the initial message through to purchasing whatever it is that they're supposed to be buying. That analysis is going to be better and better. It's going to inform marketers' decisions much more than ever before, because it's possible. These tools exist and they will be used.
Do you foresee a point that consumers will push back on the fact that their data is being harvested in such a way and utilized in such a way, or is it just that's our society now?
They can opt out today if they want to. Only about 3% of people do. Okay.
All right. So we have about 1 minute remaining. I wanted to reach out, see if any of you had any final remarks you wanted to make for this session. No? All right. I really thank all of you so much for, I know we were kind of all over the place with this today, but I really appreciate your discussion and sharing your insights and trying to help predict the future a little bit here as well. So I think what we'll do now is we will move on to session 2. So I invite Christina Silcox to take it away. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy.
Thanks, Nancy. Hello, everyone. My name is Christina Silcox. I am the Research Director for Digital Health here at the Duke-Margolis Center. I have the pleasure of moderating the next panel, where we'll be discussing promotion of prescription drugs through native advertising, which is promotional content meant to match the feel, look, and function of a given media format. And then we're going to discuss the public health considerations related to those specific settings. We've got a great group of panelists with us today, but before I bring everyone on screen, I'd like to welcome Janelle Appelquist, an associate professor of advertising and public relations in the Zimmerman School of Advertising and Mass Communications at the University of South Florida. Janelle will be providing a presentation to help us kick off this session. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. So a goal of today's workshop is to address 2 important areas, research and policy. Native ads are created to blend in with the platform on which they appear. Currently, Federal Trade Commission requirements are being utilized to enforce the area of native advertising for pharmaceuticals, whereby marketers must clearly identify a native ad as an ad to protect consumers from deception. Research has found that, generally speaking, consumers have difficulty in distinguishing paid content when blended with traditional unpaid content, highlighting a potential shortcoming of the FTC's enforcement policy statement on deceptively formatted advertisements. Next slide, please. Current FTC policy dictates that native ads include disclosure language to help signify an ad as an ad. But this disclosure can be presented in a variety of ways, such as advertising section, advertorial, promoted, paid, sponsored, etc. And many advertisers seem to be pushing the envelope just a bit here, using more vague language such as recommended for you or from around the web, etc. Understandably, research shows us that this degree of inconsistency is leaving some audiences unable to discern native content from traditional editorial matter. Therefore, an important consideration may be the creation of more straightforward guidelines for the labeling of native ads, leaving less room for advertisers' creativity in this area. Second, it's important to acknowledge emerging trends in native advertising relevant to pharma. In the case of the classic marketing funnel, advertisers are attempting to move prospective leads from stages of awareness to action. Prospects that are more actively engaged via click-through rates, likes, or comments perform better for advertisers. Next slide, please. For this reason, I anticipate that there's going to be an increase in the amount of help-seeking native ads for prescription drugs. As we all know, these ads may describe more about a disease or a condition, but they do not name a specific drug. It's important, however, to understand the digital marketing process, whereby a consumer's information gets collected through engagement with a help-seeking ad. This data can then be used to plan future targeting efforts for native product claim ads, such as the one that you see on the right. Third, in looking ahead for all ad types, it's important for DTC researchers to help delineate between the type of appeals that we see used in such ads. Informational appeals, which engage a logic or rationality approach, are often text-based and use facts and statements. Transformational appeals, however, are visually based and help to stimulate a consumer's emotions. Traditionally, even when accounting for compliance with FDA regulations, pharmaceutical advertisers are leaning heavily on emotional appeals, as much of my previous research with Dr. Jennifer Gerard-Ball has found. One example of transformational appeal that I'd really like to address during the discussion is Nurtec's recent use of celebrity endorsement. Speaking of influencers, researchers that I've conducted with Drs. Jameson Hayes, Guy Galan, and Brian Britt has found that if the content of an ad is relevant for a consumer, of course, they're not going to mind as much that native ad appearing in their X, formerly known as Twitter, feed. And of course, native ads that feature already trusted brands produce more favorable outcomes. But this is especially the case when peers are authoring the native content, even compared to influencers or brands, providing important considerations for practitioners and policymakers alike. Fourth, understanding the modality of information being presented, particularly for native product claim ads in digital marketing, will be very important. For example, native ads on social media are providing benefit information visually while condensing the ISI, important safety information, into text-rich video reels, leaving much for us to discuss regarding consumer processing. We've learned a great deal from legacy marketing strategies, and much of the same principles apply in the digital sphere. And yet, regardless of appeals or modalities that get used in native ads, from the patient's perspective, they're being led on a journey of discovery. In the examples shown here, you can see how a patient may feel empowered to learn more about different ways to manage their symptoms. Fifth, an important trend for us to discuss will also be the targeting of healthcare providers via social media, which we saw refined as conferences ceased to exist during COVID-19. It is also of value to note that emerging trends in native advertising showcase how platforms beyond social media need to be considered in the conversation. Ads embedded in video games, streaming programming with product placement, podcasts, and augmented, mixed, and virtual reality are already at our doorstep. In cooperation with the FCC and FTC, the FDA's oversight of the media, or platforms, on which these messages are being delivered may be as important as the content of the messages themselves. Next slide, please. In the digital environment, each consumer click is highly valuable for the industry. Every like, every comment, every click is measured via engagement, follower growth, traffic conversion, sentiment, and website visits. And they're then stored in a CRM, a customer relationship management database. In the case of the help-seeking native ad, a drug name doesn't need to be mentioned, but the data that's collected throughout that consumer journey, think QR codes, downloadable doctor discussion guides, patient savings cards. These are then used to target the same consumers for future product claim ads, which might be effectively creating a loophole for advertisers. The launch of a help-seeking ad then is permitting for the collection of consumer data to inform the next phase of the DTC campaign built off of the previous clicks measured. Therefore, we may benefit from a review of current help-seeking, reminder, and product claim ad regulations, specifically in the context of native advertising in the digital sphere. In conclusion, prescription drug native advertising is a prominent force. These ads can be produced at a much faster and more economical rate when compared to traditional ads. But to be clear, if appropriately leveraged as a source for patient education, drug promotion can absolutely elevate education on treatment options and disease awareness, with now as a fantastic opportunity to review native advertising for DTC. Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you so much. What a great presentation and a great introduction right into our moderated discussion. So I'd like to call our panelists to join us on the screen. Joining this panel, we have John Paul Marcus, who is the Senior Director of Commercial Regulatory at Truthful Therapeutics, and Bart Wojcinski, the Jim Kennedy New Media Professor at the University of Georgia. Thank you both so much for joining us. So we have a number of questions lined up for today's panel. I'm going to show them on the screen briefly here. We're going to then put them right into the Zoom chat. And then as a reminder to the audience, you can submit questions through the Zoom Q&A function throughout this session. And we're going to try and get to as many questions as we can with this panel. But due to time limitations, we may not be able to get to all questions. Before we start, though, I do want to give John and Bart a chance to give some brief opening remarks. So why don't we start with Bart?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you all. Thank you for having me on this panel. Thank you, Dr. Appelquist, for such a great kind of overview of sort of the state of the field, in a really condensed time as you had to work it. Just a little bit about myself. I run an eye tracking lab here at UGA, and a lot of the work we have done focuses on consumers' ability to discern between different kinds of content, specifically in the area of covert advertising. So most of our work has dealt with native advertising on news sites or native advertising in social media. Some of the other platforms, I've sort of less of my, I'm familiar with the literature, but I have kind of less of my own experience with it. But I think, some of these issues in terms of programmatic native advertising, the use of sort of multi-point consumer contact, the use of influencers who might be kind of unfolding narrative of their experience with the prescription drug product over time is really like the research has not quite caught up to that. I mean, these are sort of the new frontiers that we're going to have to be dealing with both in the industry and in academia. So, I'm excited to kind of explore some of the limitations and possibilities here with everyone.
Wonderful. Thank you, Bart. And John?
All right. Thanks, Christina. And thanks, everybody, for joining. I'm surprised by the number of attendees at this conference. So it's great to have so many people here on board. And so as Christina mentioned, I'm the Senior Director of Commercial Regulatory at Truthful Therapeutics. And I believe I may be one of the only industry folks as a panelist today. So hopefully I'm speaking on behalf of the entire industry here today. So it's great to be here. And so I think just from a digital native ad perspective, thing we've talked about quite a bit, and even the title of the whole program is the future of digital marketing. And I think we're already there. I don't even know if it's necessarily the future. I think we've been there for several years. And with everything that happened over the last several years with COVID and the pandemic, I think it's excelled that process much, much faster than a lot of us had anticipated. And so I think that's just one of the key things that hopefully we take out of today is that the future is here today. And so I think we'll just continue to move forward and see how we can work these things and educate consumers and HCPs on all of our products across the industry.
Thank you so much. I think that's a great segue into the questions. The first question is, what are the recent trends in emerging formats and settings of native advertising for prescription drugs? And how may these trends have bearing on the balance information presented to consumers through these venues? And particularly, and maybe I'll start with John, because I'm also interested in, is the reason why you think that this trend accelerated during the pandemic was because it just pushed everyone so much more online, or that people, or are there other reasons for that?
I think it's just that, is we had to make a shift, right? As you had, I think just from a sales rep perspective, even though it's not necessarily native ads, is they're going to the doctor's offices day to day and they're meeting with HCPs or even consumers at events. And all of that had to go into the digital realm as everybody was trapped in their home for several months potentially or years for some. And so I think that's where things excelled quite a bit. You probably see a lot more TV ads. You see a lot more of these native ads on your social media channels, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and all of that, where I definitely think that it excelled quite a bit just because we're on our phones, iPads, computers, almost 24 hours a day. So it's just one of those things that's where I just think it definitely excelled quite a bit.
Bart, I'd love to throw this to you too and hear a little bit more about what you're seeing these trends and movements.
Well, I mean, what I was going to say, just kind of building on what JP said, it goes back to one of the last things that Janelle mentioned in her presentation, which is that a lot of this is about consumer data and the ability to sort of understand who's already seen what in what venues, and sort of the cross sales of that information between like point of sale stuff at stores to web browser history data to ad exposure data, a lot of which kind of happens above our pay grade, right? I mean, I know there was some recent discussion sort of in, I guess, in news media and social media over the past week that even Google Chrome had changed its terms of service, and that tends to be the most kind of consumer privacy forward browser. But in the new terms of service released this week, still kind of involved, you know, the consumer still has to sort of accept to have their data shared with a lot of kind of third-party marketing firms that serve to kind of integrate this, right? So the more integrated, I mean, we're talking sort of specifically about native today, but some of these other streaming ads that are more, maybe they're kind of like video commercials just in your Hulu program or whatever else, but they're targeted to you based on certain demographic data they have about you, but also potentially based on data they've gathered from your web browsing history, and the increasing potential to do that also with slightly more native formats, things like influencer testimonials, other kinds of things that now are sort of being done through large aggregated data marketing firms. I mean, I feel like that is the recent trend, right? We just now have more and more data from this stuff. Like what Spectrum is feuding with some of the cable channels, and the idea is, well, most people are just streaming stuff, and now more people are going to go to streaming rather than cable. What does that mean? It means that streaming, where they have much more fine-tuned data about what we're seeing and what we're not seeing and what ads we've seen, it just sort of allows more data for these marketing firms to presumably better, but also more effectively from their standpoint, target the consumer.
Yeah, and that came up a little bit in session one, kind of that micro targeting. Janelle, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I agree. And data, you know, of course, is everything. Big data is everything. Don't even get me started on AI and the use of that in advertising and what we're seeing. And so I would just agree with my colleagues that it's more important than ever, but also really important that we understand the ways in which we can attempt to understand it in the context of policy, where we have these important policies so that consumers can understand how that data may be being used and stored to inform them in the future. Because there's ways that we see data usage where we really enjoy it, right? Where I log into Amazon and I see, oh, this looks like a product I would like. And so there's ways that we use it every day that we may realize, may not realize, where it can be really beneficial. And so if there's ways that we can harness this for consumers in the field of healthcare, then we need to explore that. We need to understand this in a multitude of ways, and just be able to harness it now while we can, and maybe just review some of what we're doing and ways that we can do it better.
I'm going to stick with you and just to kind of dive a little bit deeper into the balance of information part of this question, which is really around, you know, given that I think we're used to that television commercial and even more of a newspaper format where you have that balance of information around who is this for, what are the benefits, what are the risks, how does that change in some of these more native advertising and these new mediums?
I think it becomes more of a challenge for sure in the digital space. I think that perhaps because we're relying just a little bit more on the FTC guidelines at this point, we're seeing a lot of, let's say, latitude for advertisers to get creative in the modality of risk versus benefit information and the way that that's being presented, particularly in digital spaces, and that includes native ad formats. So the example that I was kind of hinting toward is on Instagram. If you see a native ad for a prescription drug, all of the examples that I have seen are showing this transformational appeal, and the visual is really highlighting the benefit of the drug. And so, of course, we're all humans, and we really like those storytelling components where we're visually and emotionally drawn in. The risk disclosure information or side effects are coming up in a very short video reel and very small text, and it goes pretty quick. The issue there is that the consumer is able to click a learn more button if it's on Instagram. And so they can kind of bypass that side effect or risk disclosure information to get to the website before having had to really interact with that information. So just something that might not seem like much, but it is in terms of some of the regulations that we have in place with the FDA with the fair mandate or adequate provision. So just something to think about there that I think is important to note. And that's just on digital media, not even incorporating omni-channel marketing, where we see the Nurtec example I was hinting at, which I just love to discuss, the sage wisdom and peak of morality that the Kardashians bring to our society. And I say very tongue-in-cheek, but Khloe Kardashian serves as a paid celebrity spokesperson for Nurtec. Lady Gaga does now, but she had done an appearance on The View a couple of years ago. It was clearly a native ad, but she didn't disclose the side effects or risks well enough. So the FDA did a great job of saying you can't do that. But then I noticed it was soon after she did an appearance on Good Morning America, did the same thing, but it was a help-seeking ad because it was a segment on migraines sponsored by Biohaven Pharmaceuticals. But at the end of the segment, they showed a screenshot of the website that they were trying to lead consumers to, and it did show the Nurtec brand name. And so these are the things that we need to be really careful in terms of any future regulation or policy, and especially with influencers, because we talked about this in our prep call. At what point, when you have a celebrity, an actor, a paid spokesperson, they have so much more credibility with audiences and so much of a greater following. At what point, once you've already established their connection with a brand, does any type of ad after that, even if it's help seeking, do they already associate the brand name with that individual, that you don't even have to name the brand? Everything becomes a product claim ad. I think that that's something that's really important for us to be addressing in the future. Sorry, I just said a lot.
No, that was great. Actually, I would love for John to jump in on here and get some of his thoughts on kind of that space, and it moves a little bit into the next question around what are the challenges in identifying native ads as promotional material, but also where is the line between what's promotional material and what's just that person saying their own thoughts?
Yeah, that's a tough one to follow. There's a lot there. I think that I think as a regulator in the industry, you could definitely speak to. I think with the first thing, influencers are very difficult to educate and train on the industry. So they may have a lot of influence because they have 1 million followers. And Janelle, as you mentioned, the Kardashian sisters, both of them have received some type of enforcement for ads that they've done for 2 different companies. And so I think that that's really important. But they're not in the drug business, right? So they're not educated. They don't understand the boxed warning and ISI and all of these things that we basically breathe on a daily basis. And so I definitely think that that's really hard to educate them and train them to speak on what the safety is of this drug that they're promoting, as they're just looking at it as a paycheck. I know for some of these guys, like $500,000 isn't a lot of money, but you think of, so you've got those types of influencers, your YouTubers these days that have 20 million followers, but then you also think about HCP influencers and how they can influence other physicians. And so you may have a KOL, somebody that's a leading surgeon for whatever type of medicine he or she may practice. And so what type of influence do they have on other surgeons in that space? And so if they're speaking on behalf of a drug company, now you have this group of physicians that are now starting to follow, oh, Dr. Smith at Northwestern is doing X, and they're speaking for this drug, and this company is great, and this drug has now cured 9 different diseases and all of this. So now you've got a huge following. And then now that they've been influenced, they're going to pass that information on to their colleagues and then essentially their patients as well. And so definitely, I think there's a lot of that goes on, and that could be misleading, right? As again, these highly trained physicians, they're not educated on drug promotion, as they go into medicine to treat patients, right? And so I don't necessarily think that all of them, I shouldn't generalize it, but I think a lot, they're there for extra dollars, but then two, they're there to hopefully influence other physicians in selling this drug. But it's really about how do you provide that fair balance of the safety along with the benefits of the product.
And Bart, I want you to jump in on this too, because I know you've done some work in understanding.
Well, yeah, and I mean, most of the work I've done is really just on how consumers perceive some of this stuff. And so I think the key issue getting it with what JP mentioned is that sometimes if the influencers are going to be doing this stuff in the absence of providing some of the risk information, some of the stuff that's more standard in people's sort of mental schema for how they recognize a drug ad. We've all seen drug ads. If it's a TV commercial, people are talking at us a mile a minute to try to quickly discount, by the way, may lead to death, whatever, right? Like all the other kind of symptoms you sort of get. And so if you have untrained influencers that are not including this stuff, not only is there all the risks inherent to the patient not receiving the important information they need to sort of assess whether they want to, talk to their physician about the drug, but or even potentially PCPs on the receiving end as well. But in terms of the ad recognition side of things, I think the absence of things that make it familiar as like this is clearly coming from a drug company might lead people to think that what they're seeing in their TikTok videos or whatever is just an endorsement from a user.
Now, does that help though? I'd love to get your anything y'all know about. I'm thinking about people when they know these people, and they know that they're not doctors or healthcare professionals. Does that, does it become more of an endorsement from an individual, and people recognize that their mileage may vary? Or does it become kind of more of a trusted, is it closer to that a trusted authority, like the person they, in a TV advertisement where they put you in a lab coat to give the impression that you're a doctor?
I don't know. My crack on it would be that's more like another patient testimonial, right? Except it's not I know it's not a paid actor because it's this influencer whom I also follow for their whatever other reason, for their fashion or for the health tips. So I think it's seen more likely to be seen by most people as a consumer testimonial. It just happens to be a more famous consumer, right? Yeah. I don't know if the others want to weigh in on that.
Actually, Janelle, I'm gonna just jump to you because we had a couple of questions. One, I think people are a little confused. Help-seeking ad, what the difference is between a help-seeking ad and a more traditional ad, and as well as you mentioned kind of the FTC versus more traditional regulation of drug advertising. Can you give us just a little bit more information about that?
Yeah, of course. So a help-seeking ad, according to the FDA, is where you can have an ad that mentions, a disease, condition, state, all of those things, and you're kind of hinting at something, but you're not naming a brand name or a drug. You're kind of leading a trail of breadcrumbs to get someone perhaps to a website, to another resource where the drug may be presented there. But in this case, you're only talking about the diagnosis. I'm not sure if that was in the glossary of terms that was provided for today, so I apologize. Versus a product claim ad, this is what we see, I would argue, 8-9 times out of 10, whether it's on television, whether it's online. These are the traditional pharmaceutical ads that we know and love, right? We mention the product brand name often. You hear the benefits, you hear the side effects and risk disclosure information packaged up in a pretty bow with talk to your doctor about, and then they name the drug again at the end. And then I'm sorry, what was the other thing you wanted me to review?
The FTC versus, more traditional regulatory environment for this.
Yeah, so currently the FTC really takes, I would argue, ownership of a lot of native advertising because the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, has a lot of responsibility for what they classify as deceptive advertising. And so because a native ad is meant to blend in or mimic the content on which, or the platform on which it appears. So if you do a quick Google search, you will see sometimes it really blends in nicely or too nicely. Hence why the FTC has mandated that there has to be this disclosure language where it has to say ad, but like I said, we can have a wide variety of how that can be presented. So the FTC has created a lot of those guidelines. But now we've seen pharmaceutical marketers really step into this space. And so hence the need for conversation about what do we do with that with pharmaceuticals, because we have a lot more, guidelines and regulatory things for us to consider to protect consumers and their health. Good.
So kind of, I think related to that, thank you so much for helping us understand some of the policies and definitions there. I think that there's an audience question, and I'm going to go to John for this to start, and then I'm interested in having Bart and Janelle jump in as well. Is what is your take on the biggest risk or concern in leveraging social media influencers, given the influencer advertising market is rather unregulated right now? And what are the best practices that companies should be considering? And
That's a really good
influencers should be considering.
Yeah. Well, I would say that the guardrails that each company has in place should still be there. So I don't think that changes. So whether it's you're using an influencer or a paid physician to promote your product, I don't think that those guardrails should change from my perspective. I think where we run into some issues, and Bart, I think, was going to get to this, or he was kind of leading up to this earlier, was you think of the disparity in the information and the access to information that a lot of patients have. So a lot of influencers are influencing our younger population or our elderly. So one, do they have access to the proper information? Or if you have someone that's younger, teens and maybe somebody in their 20s, and they're following this influencer, like, oh my God, so-and-so is taking this drug, maybe I should be on. I think I might have one of those symptoms too. And so I should be on there. So I think that's where that starts to come into play. Then you also think about education level. So where does education level come into play with a lot of the influencers? So I think to answer that question, you have to look at all of those kind of big ticket items. Is who is your target audience by using the specific influencer? So if it's a drug that's used by pediatrics, you may use or have somebody that is younger to help influence the use of this medication. But then you also have to think about the caregiver and the patients. Again, if they're a minor, you have to think about how do you influence or educate the parents as well.
Mm-hmm. Janelle, did you want to add anything to that?
Sure. And I kind of defer to my co-panelists' expertise in sort of direct-to-consumer advertising in general outside of the native space, because I'm sure they know more about that than I do, and sort of all the different things that the guardrails that typically are in place for more standard forms of that kind of advertising, exist for a reason, right? Once we sort of added this idea that prescription drugs can be marketed directly to consumers, we want to make sure the consumers have all this information. So if we look at this in more native or covert spaces, the sort of armchair kind of psychology approach here is that we as consumers respond differently to messages when we know that the message kind of has a persuasive intent and that it's coming from someone with a stake in getting me to buy this, right? If it's coming directly from a drug company, it inherently, we as consumers sort of apply whatever we've learned in our lifetime of how to respond to claims from a company that's trying to get me to buy something. But in some of these native spaces where it's being presented as, okay, it's a testimonial, and I don't even know if it's not necessarily a paid actor representing a patient in a commercial, but now it's an influencer that I follow as part of my regular social media routine. I think that it doesn't necessarily trigger those same persuasive defenses on the part of the consumer, right? And so people don't necessarily kind of have their skepticism up of sort of trying to understand why this person might be trying to sell me on this image.
Oh, Bart, I think, yeah. Nope, you're muted. There you are.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was done.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you had accidentally muted yourself. No, I think that's really interesting. And have you found in your work whether, and I don't know if you explored this, any differences between kind of your traditional consumer and healthcare professionals? When with the direct kind of the more traditional advertising versus the native advertising, I'd be interested in whether they think of it more about themselves in native advertising and more in terms of their patient population when it's kind of more traditional advertising.
I think those are really interesting questions. I haven't done any research specifically with healthcare providers as the participants in the study. And so I think some of those things would be sort of really interesting to sort of see how people classify it. But in terms of general consumers, I think in the work that we've done with influencer messaging and sort of comparing it to traditional forms of messaging, people tend to, even the people that figure out or suspect that the influencer was compensated for delivering a favorable message on a product seem to rate the influencers as more trustworthy than they do like actors, or even if it's not an actor, but the actual professional in a paid video advertisement that you would see that's like paid for directly by a company, and you see the company's logo at the end.
Mm-hmm. So Janelle, you had mentioned kind of keeping that difference between kind of the traditional consumer and the healthcare professional in mind. You had mentioned that we had seen a real shift towards ads directed towards healthcare professionals at the start of the pandemic, possibly linked to the idea that conferences had shut down a little bit. I'd love to hear a little bit more about your thoughts there, and how the ads targeted towards healthcare professionals might be a little bit different than those targeted towards consumers.
Yeah, and I think what's so interesting to me about this particular case study is the seamlessness with which it was approached, and it was successful. So of course, COVID-19 presented, a great challenge for everyone in a multitude of ways, but especially for healthcare providers, because we know that conferences are a great opportunity for them to see new work, but also to connect with their colleagues, especially though for the pharmaceutical industry, because these in-person conferences are a great time for them to connect with healthcare providers. And so COVID-19 shut down, all of these opportunities. So when those attendance opportunities became limited, Novartis took kind of this pivoting approach, and they had Leqvio that they were launching at that time. And so they took the American College of Cardiology conference as an opportunity to launch the product in real time during the virtual conference, because it had to go online during COVID-19. So in the case study that I found through X, formerly Twitter, it stated that roughly 53% of healthcare providers use Twitter or social media professionally. I suspect that number is higher, and 77% use it to find some type of medical information. So knowing that, they knew that they wanted to really leverage this platform. So Novartis launched the new drug on Twitter during this online conference, but also created short form videos called conference conversations that would provide highlights from the conference itself. They would sandwich them in between other speaking series. They would also provide it outside of conference hours, so that they were providing additional content to help accommodate any healthcare providers that wanted additional content, wanted to see new things. They ran native ads for this new drug, Leqvio, adjacent to the conference conversations content. So you had to watch the native ad in order to access the conference conversations content. It resulted in a 23% higher view rate for their conference conversations on average when compared to the actual conference's content. And so what they were doing was using native advertising by piggybacking off of the conference's hashtags. So they found out what those hashtags were, piggybacked, and were able to get in and start targeting the physicians about potentially prescribing their new product, new launch. And it increased their view rates then by 49%. So by marketing standards, highly successful, using native ad, again, in a really calculated, refined approach to do so. Really good case study on native ads in a way that isn't as, traditional as, let's just put an ad out, run it, see what happens, and then get those metrics back. Right. Yeah. This is a little bit more coordinated, I would argue.
And very targeted, which allows you to put out very different information than if you're trying to appeal to kind of a mass audience. You don't have to worry about turning off kind of your unintentional audience members. Super interesting. That's going to segue right into my next question, which is really, how do emerging digital marketing strategies differ from legacy marketing strategies? And then what new regulatory and public considerations might these strategies approach? And I'm going to start with John to talk about kind of the business side of things. And then I'd love to go to Bart to hear a little bit about public health, and then Janelle to talk a little bit about the regulatory thoughts on that.
Yeah, I would say thanks for the question. I think from a business perspective, there definitely is that big shift, right? Is moving into the digital platform. As I mentioned, I think we're already there. And so I think that where the future is we're going to be looking, I think somebody had mentioned the QR codes in the first session. So there's a lot more of these types of native ads that are going to start popping up everywhere as a QR code. Is you don't even have to watch the ad or potentially read a full ad. You could just click on a QR code that is on a page, whether it be on a website or somewhere that you could just click and you'll get all the information that you potentially need. And so I think that's a big thing. And somebody else had mentioned earlier, I think it was, look at my notes, Michael, I believe, had talked about Alexa. And you wonder how much we're going to be moving into that realm. So if you're listening to something on your Google Home or Alexa, you're going to have an ad pop up like you would on a Pandora on Spotify. So as you're listening to music, the ads pop up if you have the free version like I do. So those ads just pop up randomly. So I think that there's going to be a lot more of that. But I think from start to differentiate now between the targeted ads for HCPs versus consumers and who would get what, and would those messages be slightly different as well.
Suddenly you give me versions of my VR headset, somebody popping up in front of me and starting to talk to me about various drugs.
that happens. They do that a lot at conferences now. So. Oh,
really? Okay, well, great. So. And I imagine people will be hugging each other right next to them to give that visual sentiment. Bart, I'd love to hear a little bit about how you think some of the public health considerations might be changing with some of these emerging technologies.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a complicated question because I think some of this sort of boils down to consumer awareness of products, which on face probably has a lot of value. I think consumers are getting more information about more. I don't quote me on that. I don't know how that would be, if anyone's kind of measured this across platform, but from my own personal experience as a consumer, it seems like there's many more places I'm hearing about different kinds of prescription drugs. So like someone in my household that has migraines, and we get all kinds of like migraine related medicine, including Nurtec ads in various spaces, right? So I think in that sense, perhaps the ability to reach consumers on these different platforms has some beneficial purposes. But then as has already been spoken about by my fellow panelists, like the lack of regulatory enforcement in a lot of these spaces of making sure that product claim information is accurate, making sure that enough information is explained about who's even eligible for the drug or for what kind of interacting potential medical conditions, that I think introduces a level of risk too, right? The very same thing that's beneficial is greater consumer awareness of the product potentially, means potentially a higher percentage of people really decide they need to get it, whether they're trying to get it through a PCP or some other healthcare provider or some other kind of professional or the black market. I don't know, but the risks of people taking medicine they shouldn't. In terms of demographic considerations, I mean, I can really only speak to what we know about consumers' ability to recognize covert advertising. It seems like, across a wide variety of studies, several different things that have come up a lot are education level and age, although the findings on sort of people's ability to recognize native advertising across the age spread should all be taken with a grain of salt. One, because digital native advertising as we know it's only really been with us for a decade. I mean, yes, we have print advertorials and radio messages and stuff from earlier days, but I think it's kind of a different ball game, especially when you get things that are more targeted and more influencer based and mediated through your social filters. So a few studies actually found that people's ability to recognize covert advertising, native advertising, was better with age. And yet some studies that have had a wider age sample also sort of found that older people, I can't remember exactly, I do have some notes here. So Grigsby and Mellema in 2020 found that age had a slightly positive effect on ad recognition. But I did a study along with Michelle Amazine at Boston University in 2020, where we had a large age sample, I think spanning from like 18 to 70. And we actually found that older respondents were less likely than our younger respondents to recognize the content as advertising. The other thing we know about sort of Gen Z consumers, people who sort of grown up in this, people like to call them digital natives, and that's true for something and not other things. But I think when it comes to digital native advertising, they really have kind of grown up with it in a way that consumers, you know, I'm 43, consumers my age and older certainly didn't, is that they tend to be less reliant actually on disclosures and more reliant on cues within the message, what we sort of call bottom up recognition that, well, this person mentioned the brand name a lot, or I saw they kind of held the product with the label out. All of these kind of things that get them to maybe not fully 100% know that it's that the ad placement is paid for or produced by the pharmaceutical company or the brand in this case, but at least highly suspect it. Yep. So they've developed a sort of much more multifaceted strategy for how and when they suspect that something might be a paid promotion across a variety of formats. So I think in the long run, you know, as we'll see sort of over the next few decades, how much of this is like a cohort effect versus just like an aging effect. But I think the cohort that's kind of grown up with this stuff and has been on social media since they were 13, you know, may end up being a little savvier at even recognizing newer forms as some of this stuff jumps from platform to platform and you know, the technology gets a little more sophisticated.
So I'm going to come back to you, Janelle, but I am going to actually stick with Bart for 1 second because I am interested in something that came up in the prep call that relates to what you were just talking about, which is that it's hard to actually run some of these studies that you do nowadays with the algorithms that micro target. And can you tell us a little bit about that as well?
Well, so in the last 3 or 4 years, my lab's been doing a lot with social media, and we wanted, and some of that includes how people recognize native advertising when it shows up in an Instagram feed. But sort of the best we're able to do it is we've, you know, built a fake app. We've done HTML-based things, but we can build a fake Instagram app and put some ads in there, but it doesn't really mirror what happens sort of in the narrative trajectory of a person's months, years on that app, especially if we're talking about influencer advertising and the possibility that they're seeing paid promotional messages from someone they follow and can kind of see this narrative arc. I mean, in our call, we were talking about and this Footless Joe influencer that Janelle mentioned, where we thought that people might sort of respond very differently to her endorsement of Nurtec for her migraines if they've been with her for her whole trajectory of this is when her migraine started, and you know she was dealing with other medical issues beforehand, and then as a result of her surgery had these migraines or whatever. So I think it's very tough to sort of, I mean, not only is it hard to design a study that tracks people like that, but at a certain point, you're generalizing about a very narrow group of people, because the people sort of would have to self-select into being a member of this influencer's audience for a long time, and that already is not, you know, we can't study that with sort of our standard experimental design techniques where we really want to randomly assign people to different conditions, right? There might be a lot of things that separate out people who already choose to follow this given influencer who dabbles in the fitness space or the health space than other folks. Which is okay, but we just have to sort of be clear that that's the population we're generalizing to if we do decide to do a long-term study and sort of see how people respond to a real campaign. I mean, the other thing is, you know, you mentioned algorithms, Christina. I think the hardest thing is not really knowing in the real world who exactly is going to see what when, because everybody's sort of menu that they're seeing in the app is kind of being customized by the way the algorithm responds to their behavior while using the app. Which videos did you click on? How long did you stick with it? Which things did you like or did you reshare or whatever? So everybody's sort of exposure to things, to different messages, or even messages within like a programmatic influencer campaign might be different based on how you respond to the earlier messages in that campaign.
So this is perfect segue, because I'm going to go right to Janelle and be like, okay, so what do regulators do with this? You know, how does this affect kind of their policies and how they think about it, and even their ability to monitor these type of things?
Instead of, you know, framing it as this huge challenge, I always like to say this is such a great opportunity. It's such a great opportunity because I think what we've seen up until this point is we haven't had the amount of media and platforms and opportunities for exposure to audiences, you know, like we have now. Audiences are absolutely inundated by content on a daily basis, sometimes seeing up to 3,000 ads a day, depending on what you count as an ad. But they're also incredibly media savvy, more and more. And so it's important though, I think for now being such a critical juncture for these agencies that we have that have done a arguably really good job of having policies in place for consumer protection and drug promotion, to just take a step back and say we have a couple of buckets, let's say here, one being patient advocacy or consumer protection. How do we look at that? So one question may be, how do we define a patient as a patient when we are considering influencers? What does that look like? The next thing to consider, I would argue, would be, again, the content of the message when considering the third bucket, which is variety of platforms. We now have TV, we have the digital space. Fourth bucket would be different types of content across differing platforms. So in each of those arenas, I think it's really important that we start. What made me think of this was the dictionary that was created for this event today, which I thought was so great. We need to start creating guidelines for each scenario, with putting consumers and healthcare providers always in the back of the mind to say, how do we define these things very clearly and provide the guidance to say, this is what's expected in order to keep the consumer always in the forefront and keep their protection in the forefront. Because when we give that latitude to say, you just need to disclose that a native ad is an ad, you have to remember that marketers and advertisers are highly skilled in creativity. So it makes sense that they would say, promoted from around the web, this is for you. Or they would, take that latitude and run with it. They don't want to always signify an ad as an ad because that may not sell as well to consumers. So it's now up to the regulatory bodies to say, we need clear-cut guidelines in order to kind of harness everything that's going on, because we're seeing a time right now that we truly have never seen before. So it's time to just have a menu that's created for all scenarios, I would argue.
So I want to come back to that.
Can I just piggyback on that real quick, Christina?
Oh,
Sorry.
please.
I was just going to say, I've also heard from folks at the FTC, from people who work for companies, the exact same thing Janelle just mentioned. But I think the important thing to sort of put as the flip side of that is, to date, I mean, the research shows that only words like sponsored and advertising get, let's say, over 90% to close to 100% of consumers at least sort of agreeing, I understand what this means. I understand that there's a financial transaction by the brand that's featured in this message. We can all sort of say, I mean, for a while, I don't know if this is still the case, but for a while, like The Guardian had like 4 different types of labels that they use. So this is a promoted post, this is this. But the typical consumer's ability to understand exactly what is meant by this. Does this mean the brand had editorial control over the content? Yes, no. Did this mean there was a financial transaction? Yes, no. Does it, and then ultimately synthesizing that to, can I really believe the claims in the ad? I mean, no matter how creative your ad is, if you're just saying this is partner content, there are many consumers that are not going to understand that it's an ad. They still, from my perspective, they still have to own the fact that it's advertising, and you may think it's really nifty advertising, but if you want to make sure the consumer understands what's going on, it's got to have advertising, or at least paid for by something that really connotes the relationship and the financial transactional nature of the content.
Exactly.
I think that's a great segue to one of the audience questions, which is really trying to understand the difference between a patient ambassador that may want to educate their own social media as versus kind of an influencer or a paid a paid spokesperson for this drug. Both of those people might be taking the drug. So how can you think of, what, I'd be interested in hearing from John, how he might think of those two people differently. And then also from Bart and Janelle, thinking about, how obvious those differences are and what some of the regulatory differences may be there. So if you don't mind starting, John.
Sure. Yeah, that one's it's a kind of a tough one, because I see them as the same. Is you think of, regardless if you're being paid, one's getting paid, one's not. So I feel like the ones that are getting paid, you can kind of force feed them a little bit more and say, okay, here's exactly what you need to say, versus the patient advocacy folks or patient influencers. I forgot which word you mentioned there.
Patient ambassador, I think. Is
Patient ambassador, yes, sorry. So even though they're not getting paid, they are still speaking on behalf of the company and your brand. So they should still follow those guidelines. I don't, if I saw materials internally trying to differentiate between the two, I would see them as the same. And so I think the biggest thing is one's getting paid, one's not. And so you want those patient ambassadors to be able to tell their story. It still has to be balanced. I don't think that you can say, well, I was taking drug X and it cured my psoriatic arthritis, but you can say, well, you know what, it really helped me. I think that there's a lot of that behind the scenes, like quality of life types of claims that patients could get into. And those are the patients or influencers that I think need a lot more education on what they're doing, because what they are doing is still considered promotion. And so I definitely would be, if we had an audience poll, it'd be great to hear kind of what others from the industry. I know we've got a bunch of folks from OPDP on the call as well, so don't want to hear from them, but I'm kidding. But it's definitely one of those things that I think that it's difficult to kind of differentiate between the two.
Janelle, how does kind of policy wise, how are there differences between those two entities, or are they the same?
I think anytime that there is an exchange of money, or there's any exchange in marketing, we define that the exchange is where we have the relationship where it's, you know, you are a marketing influencer or a digital influencer. And so I think patient ambassador is in fact a very creative way for advertisers to get at this idea of the transformational appeal. It's being used in Nurtec's campaign. It's being used on a lot of campaigns. Look at so-and-so's patient journey. Look at their journey. Look at their journey. We're seeing this a lot. So I'm with John on this one, that I don't see much of a difference. I think more than anything, it's I would argue a good use of creative strategy. But I think it still falls into that category of influencer. And so you still need to be using the same regulatory principles of disclosing if it's an ad, treating it as such.
And Bart, did you have any additional thoughts on this? Is this more of just an emerging, just a movement of terminology, or do you think that people see those two categories of people as fairly different?
I think, again, just generalizing from the research I've done with consumers, whether there was that exchange or not, as Janelle mentioned, is really the salient difference. So a patient testimonial from a patient that's not getting compensated is meaningfully processed by people differently than if they know the patient is getting compensated. And so that kind of stuff obviously should be made clear, regardless of, you know, what kind of other terminology. I mean, they can still use that terminology, but let's also somehow tell the people that a patient ambassador in this case means they're being paid by the company. You know, yes, maybe this person was an existing patient beforehand, whatever, but now they're getting paid as part of doing this message campaign for us, right?
Okay. This has been really helpful. Thank you so much. So I do want to, we have about 5 more minutes. So I do want to just kind of go look towards the future a little bit. And we talked about this a little bit already, which is that this is an evolving space. And where do you see kind of the next spaces? And where do you think that there are real opportunities potentially to have a more balanced presentation, for example, than some of the places we've seen so far? Do we think that as we go further, we'll actually do better, or do we think that we're going to find just continuing to evolve and try and make it look as native as possible? Why don't I start with Janelle for that?
I think we're right at the line where if we look at things now, we can do a lot of good on both sides, right? For regulatory functioning, also for patient advocacy, but also for advertisers, because I think one thing is that advertisers don't want to be put in a position where they can be held legally liable. They can be getting letters being smacked down. It really helps, I think, to have some guardrails or guidelines as to what we can and cannot do, because these spaces are highly valuable for them to be able to target the markets that they need to target, not just for making money, because I know that that's a really easy claim to make, but also to be educating patient populations on important treatment options. So I think we're at this really wonderful time where we can make guidelines, make regulations, and really just take a peek behind the curtain and see what needs to be done. And I think if we do that, we're in really good shape, really good shape. It will need to be something that's constantly evolving because that's how media systems work. We have so many, different technology systems just consistently growing, coming out, changing, developing. My students are so good at teaching me these two things. And we always have to be learning and keeping up with that. That's just the nature of the media in which we operate. So I think it's crucial that we look at these things now and have every stakeholder at the table to bring their expertise to see what needs to be done.
And Bart?
I mean, I agree with everything Janelle said. I think there's probably more fine tuning and development that's going to happen industry wise in terms of targeting and mistargeting. We also, I think for some patients, especially with more, certain conditions that they might feel sensitive about, they're kind of very wary of at which point where they're getting targeted with these ads for this condition that they actually don't like being very public. Maybe it's something they're keeping to themselves. And so I think that, you've got friends over and you're watching something on your like streaming set top, and why do we keep getting ads for this thing? Or, and this happens outside of the prescription drug space as well. But we know that because of the intersection of both of, certain sensitive conditions and just the privacy of with which people hold their medical history and all the different, employer and insurance kind of things that are built on top of it. I think we may get to a point where consumers grow kind of increasingly wary of that aspect of digital prescription drug marketing campaigns. But I think also sort of trying to make sure that maybe not just an individual platform, but that a marketing agency or the drug company or whoever's kind of in charge of their programmatic advertising can allow people to sort of opt out of seeing certain messages too, because I mean, for various reasons, for privacy reasons, or just you sort of feel like you're being barraged with it, and as part of your coping with your condition, you don't necessarily want to experience that on a day-to-day basis. So I'm curious about stuff there where people can sort of differentiate between like something that's like dispositional, it's always relevant to them, or like is no longer relevant to them. Like maybe I've already asked my doctor about this and I'm on it, and stop sending me the, all of this kind of stuff. So some of that's going to be a limitation of the specific technologies on which we're seeing the ads and how well they allow, this is not relevant to me, block for 30 days, whatever their kind of setting is. But maybe some way to do that on a programmatic level as well would be useful to consumers and sort of help them actually recognize that when they are getting messages they do want to see, because they're getting that informational benefit. They're hearing about a new product or new studies demonstrating the function of that product.
Yeah, as you were talking, it reminded me of I remember when there was a big scandal, maybe it was almost a decade ago, maybe, where people started getting mail circulars about baby stuff based on some of their online activity
or offline. There's a POS point of sale dad Target anecdote thing, right, where he thought his high school daughter shouldn't have been receiving these pregnancy related ads, but it was because she had like bought this unscented lotion that actually people tend to buy because when they're pregnant they're really sensitive to the smell of other lotions and whatever. So and it turned out they had like accurately profiled. It's kind of this apocryphal story, but I do really believe it's true. Like someone actually wrote like news articles that kind of track this person down. I hope I'm not passing on misinfo here, but
and I think that we're talking a little bit more about this in session 3 as well, so I think it will come back up too. Thank you so much, Bart. We really appreciate it. John, I'm going to give you the last word.
Right. So I think from an emerging perspective, I definitely see a lot more of the targeted ads. I think, Bart, as you were talking, something that popped up in my head was a lot of patients with rare diseases. I think that there is a huge need in that space, because you've got patients where there may be only 1,000 people or patients in the US that may have a specific disease. So being able to target ads and information to them, I think is super important for us as an industry. Is how do you get that information out and educate them on these very rare diseases, and even HCPs that may not even know about this disease, but a patient's going in and they're going from doctor to doctor to doctor. to get diagnosed. And so should it take a patient 4 or 5 trips to different doctors to hopefully get diagnosed? And the hope is that with some of these targeted ads is it may be 1 or 2, and you can get diagnosed earlier in your disease journey and hopefully get treatment if it's available. And so I definitely see that that's one of the benefits of some of the targeted ads and where we're going in the future. I would say from a legislation and kind of a guidance regulation perspective, it's something that we want to be careful of wanting too much, as well as I think as an industry we're regulated enough on obviously all of our clinical trials and all of that. But I also think from a promotional perspective, you don't want to handcuff the industry so much to where they couldn't, or I shouldn't say they, like we couldn't promote our drug effectively. And so if everything is just in a boxed warning and it's just safety, 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 you're going to scare a patient away as well. It's, oh my God, if I take this drug, I'm now going to get liver failure when I'm treating my kidney or treating my vision or heart disease. And so these are things that we have to also think about, is how is that message portrayed to consumers and patients in the native perspective.
Mm-hmm. And probably different subgroups would look at them differently based on their experiences. Yeah. So this has been a fabulous discussion. I really appreciate all of y'all joining me for this panel. I really learned so much. I really appreciate y'all joining us. We are now going to take a brief 15-minute break, and we're going to be returning, I guess actually 10 minutes. I went over a little bit. We're going to be returning at 3 p.m. Eastern time for our third session. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. It's good to be back with you, and I'd like to welcome you all back from the break as well. We're going to go right into session 3. I've got the pleasure of moderating today's third panel on patient and consumer experiences with promotion on digital platforms. This session is going to have a focus on the presentation of risk information. During this hour, our panelists are going to be discussing emerging trends and formats that are observed in the promotion of prescription drug products and digital media as it relates to content intended for patients and consumers. We're going to start with a brief presentation followed by moderated discussion. And for that, I'd like to welcome our presenter for this session, Erin Willis. Erin is an associate professor at the University of Colorado Boulder in the Department of Advertising, Public Relations, and Media Design. Erin, thanks so much for being with us today.
Thanks so much for having me. So I'd like to talk about patient influencers. Would you advance the slide? I think there's some, yes. So today I want to talk to you about patient influencers. It's a relatively new area of research for me, something that's going on in industry and has been going on for a long time, quite a few years now, and has been kind of flying under the radar a little bit until really recently. Next slide, please. And then you can go ahead and I think you have to hit it like 3 times. Thank you. So we know that social media is everywhere, and we know that most adults are on it. In fact, Pew Research reports that 7 in 10 Americans use social media, but our younger generations are using social media much more often and frequently than older generations. And so platforms across the board are seeing significant growth, but especially platforms like YouTube and Reddit, and then platforms like Snapchat, Instagram, and TikTok have a strong hold on our younger generations. And so these generations like Gen Z report visiting social media sites at least 1 time per day, but in reality, it's several times per day. In a recent article, the New York Times reported that Gen Z uses these platforms as search engines instead of Google that maybe you or I might use. And the reason being is that they perceive user-generated content as being more credible and more trustworthy than the Google recommendations, which we know are fueled by advertising. Next slide, please. So influencer marketing is huge, right? We know it, we see it. Marketers know that there's a large return on investment using social media influencers. And so Digital Marketing Institute reports that 49% of consumers actually depend on influencer recommendations. And then 82% trust those opinions shared on social media by friends or family or even influencers. And so even further, not only do we follow them, we depend on them, but we actually use this information then to make our purchasing decisions. Next slide, please. And so there's a few examples, yes. As I go through, I'm going to talk about patient influencers. And so I think it's important that we all are on the same page about a patient influencer. And so these are some patient influencers that you can find on social media, but you'll notice that there tend to be micro or nano influencers. So they have smaller followings, maybe 1,000 to 10,000 followers, but probably no more than 15,000 followers. And what's different about a patient influencer is that like a lifestyle influencer or fashion influencer, they're putting out content, about themselves, but actively trying to be an expert in fashion or in travel. But these patient influencers are actually just sharing their disease journey. And so they are sharing their disease, the experiences that come along with the disease. And sometimes that means promoting products related to their disease or related to living with their disease, products that could help them live a better life with their disease. Go ahead and you can tap through some of these. But I think it's important that we understand a patient influencer has a following, but they're also curating a community that is other people with that disease. And so I think that makes them also different than a social media influencer in the sense that their audience is much more broad, but a patient influencer is going to have a much more specific audience. Next slide, please. There might be a few more of those. Yep. Thank you. And so some of the work I'm doing now on patient influencers is there's relatively no literature on this. And so I wanted to just start by interviewing some of the influencers to find out what are they doing, why are they doing this, and kind of the practice in working with marketing companies or pharmaceutical companies. So my team and I partnered with Health Union, which Health Union is a digital health company, and they're one of countless companies, but they specialize in patient influencers. And so they, in essence, are an intermediary that cultivates patient influencers and then connects them with opportunities, paid opportunities, whether that's pharmaceutical companies or just brands, medical devices, food, maybe food brands related to health. And so we used a snowball sampling approach. And that just means that they gave us an initial list of some of the patient influencers that they work with. And then from those influencers, I asked for recommendations of other influencers. And so some of the highlights that I want to talk about today are these patient influencers and their role in disease awareness. And in a previous presentation, we heard about unbranded or disease awareness advertising. And you'll see that what we found is that these influencers are primarily being used for disease awareness advertising. There's an information gap that the influencer felt when they were diagnosed, and now the reason they're sharing is to fill that gap. And then lastly, a common phrase we heard when we interview the influencers is talk to your doctor. So next slide, please. What we learned by these interviews is that there's often a lack of information when patients are diagnosed, which then creates a sense of urgency. So patient influencers are often sharing in order to help other patients avoid the experience that they had when they were diagnosed. They often share information about living with the disease. And so many of you know self-management, chronic disease self-management. So they're sharing information about diet, exercise, self-confidence. But the other thing they're sharing information about is pharmaceutical medications. And so we know that the Edelman Trust Barometer year after year tells us that Americans don't trust pharmaceutical companies. So one of the reasons pharmaceutical companies is doing this kind of tactic is to improve relationships with their consumers. And so they're leveraging the patient influencers experience, their lived experience, And because they are trusted as a source of information, a trusted source, they're leveraging that experience with pharmaceutical advertising. Next slide, please. Most of the patients we interviewed either worked or had worked with a pharmaceutical company, and that could be in paid advertising, but it could be that they sat on a panel or that they were part of a marketing focus group. A lot of the patients wanted to work more so with pharmaceutical companies, and so they were preparing their social media to be open to those opportunities, so curating an audience, but then actively being seen as a leader in the disease category. And so patient influencers that we interviewed didn't like the term influencer. They felt that an advocate or an ambassador was more along the lines of what they wanted to do or what they felt they were doing instead of an influencer. One of the things that came up over and over is health literacy. So the direct messaging and the short format video, when they're sharing information about medications, questions often come in from the community. And so those are often handled by the influencer. And so that presented challenges for the influencers sometimes. Next slide. And so lastly, some of the research that I'm currently doing and I think needs to be done in this area is I think we need to define what a patient influencer is. So a lot of patients are online and have been. Online communities have been popular for decades. They've been sharing their health information and especially medication information forever. But I think it's really important to define what a patient influencer is and to think about that in terms of like an Instagram or a TikTok where millions of viewers potentially are seeing these videos. You know, do consumers really understand the difference between a paid spokesperson versus an unpaid spokesperson when we're talking about medication? Is the content different from paid versus unpaid? And so I think we need to define that. And then I think also, this was mentioned in the previous session, but we really need some more ethical practices. And while I do think the FDA or the FTC could provide more guidance, I actually think that marketing and pharmaceutical companies should be heavily involved in this. And so, you know, even though pharmaceutical companies want to sell more drugs and make more money, they're also doing research and clinical trials, and marketing companies are involved in this and marketing the drugs. And so I think all of these stakeholders need to be part of creating ethical guidelines because patients do want to participate in this practice, but they also want it to be safe and do not want to be spreading misinformation, or at least the influencers we talked to. I do think that's, again, going back to the ethical practices. Not all of this is ethical. And we have examples of that I'm sure we'll talk about. Lastly, health education. Could these patient influencers be trained to be health education agents and to you know, deliver health education information? And could they be places where people of color find cultural inclusivity outside of the healthcare system that helps them navigate their own disease journey? So looking forward to talking about this more. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much for that thoughtful presentation, Erin. Certainly an important emerging area and one where further research is needed. And hopefully we can talk about some more of that. And to start that off, I'd like to invite the rest of our panelists to join us on screen for the moderated discussion part of this session. I'd like to introduce Tony Cox, who's Professor Emeritus at Indiana University's Kelley School of Business. We're also joined by Sneha Dave, who's founder of Generation Patient, and also pleased to welcome Andrea Downing, who's co-founder of Light Collective, a BRCA community organizer and also a security researcher. And finally, very pleased to be joined by Brittany Kakula, who's Senior Research Advisor for Consumer Insights at AARP Research and also the research lead for the cross-enterprise technology, digital connections impact area there. I wanted to also take a moment before turning to our panelists to put up on the screen the discussion questions that we put together ahead of this session. A member of the Duke-Margolis team is going to share those in the Zoom chat for you all to see as well. And just a reminder to the audience, we appreciate the questions and comments that are already coming in, but just a reminder that you can submit those at any time during this discussion through the Zoom Q&A function, and we'll do our best to get to as many of the questions as we can that are relevant to this panel within the time constraints that we have today. Before we go to specific discussions on those questions, however, I'd like to invite each of our panelists to give some brief opening remarks to complement Aaron. So, and if you want to start off with topics that were also listed in these first couple of discussion questions, that's fine too. Predominant emerging trends and formats, things like that might complement what Aaron talked about. Feel free to get us started on the discussion questions as well. So, Tony, do you mind if I start with you?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, just fine.
Okay. Yeah, just briefly, I see at least 3 challenges to presenting risk information in the kind of new digital landscape. And the 3 that I jotted down were, one is sort of fragmentation or proliferation of media. The second is the brevity of exposure to a lot of digital media messages. And the third is lack of clarity of sponsorship, of who's paying for it compared to kind of legacy media advertising. So the fragmentation, as everybody knows, there are still, I believe, only 2 countries in the world that allow direct-to-consumer advertising of prescription drugs, the US and New Zealand. When this started in the US in the late 1980s, it was mainly print advertising. And then there were some changes in the regulations in the late 90s. Television advertising started to become more feasible. But at that time, there was still a relatively small number of outlets. Back in 1996 or 1997, about 60% of the audience share for primetime TV was just the big 4 networks. And now obviously that's changed dramatically. There are, I read recently, over 200 million actively maintained and visited websites on the World Wide Web. And there are, Aaron's presentation was very interesting. There are many thousands of people who identify themselves as influencers. And so I think that must present a real challenge for the FDA's Office of Prescription Drug Promotion. And one example that sort of jumped out that probably most people are familiar with was in 2015, Kim Kardashian on Instagram touting the benefits of a morning sickness drug that she was taking without mentioning any of the risks. And this prompted a warning letter, and she was being paid by the company that markets this morning sickness drug. This prompted a warning letter from the FDA, but by the time the warning letter was received, her post had already received about 500,000 likes. So it kind of reminds you of the old saying that a lie is halfway around the world while the truth is still getting its shoes on. And so that's one challenge, I think, is there's so much more that there are so many potential outlets and things can spread virally so quickly. I think it's challenging, especially if there's not pre-approval of industry-sponsored messages. Even if the FDA is able to identify and fairly quickly respond to something that is not accurate or not balanced, I think that's much different than what the media environment was when DTC advertising first became legal. A second challenge is the brevity of the message. Instagram, a so-called Instagram story message, I think has a maximum of 15 seconds compared to most DTC television ads I see now tend to be 60-second ads. and about the last half of that is talking about risks. So this really puts a premium on brevity, which, may be a blessing and of course, I really like the comments of Dr. Woloshin. I agree with him that the kind of laundry list approach in television advertising, a lot of consumers, I think, tune that out. There are ways, I think, that the most relevant risk information, that is the information that would be most likely to influence a consumer's decision to use or not use a drug, could be prevented more concisely. And also, one thing I strongly agree with him on is that is a real lack of most televised consumer drug advertising is a lack of frequency information. So you have no context. You don't know whether a scary sounding side effect affects 1 out of 1 million people or 1 out of 100 people. And that's certainly relevant for a consumer or patient to know. And then the third factor, other people have already talked about, traditional television DTC advertising. It's pretty clear you're watching an ad, and there's a sort of psychological defense mechanism if you know someone's trying to persuade you. I think that's often much less clear, especially with online social influencers. And so that's another issue, is how it's regulated sort of disclosure of who's sponsoring or paying for the message. So those are 3 things that I see as kind of emerging challenges.
Thanks, Tony. Hopefully you can follow up on those. Sneha?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Sneha, and I actually graduated from Indiana University in May of 2020, so it's cool to see another professor here. But thank you. Yeah, I run Generation Patient, which is a nonprofit focused on adolescents and young adults with chronic and rare conditions. And I created this organization about 11 years ago because I've lived with the chronic illness since I was 6, and I'm now 25 years old. We're entirely young adult patient led. We have 3 full-time staff. And we are also private healthcare industry independent, which is really important to us to maintain the integrity of our voices as young adult patients. And the lens that I come to this, so at Generation Patient, we focus on 3 core areas, one of which is health policy. And we got really interested in this issue, particularly as it pertains to influencer advertising on TikTok and Instagram, because our community of Gen Z patients is very much on these platforms. And as Aaron alluded to, this has been happening for a long time, but as these platforms are changing and evolving very rapidly, we're really concerned about the features of these platforms that enable make it more difficult to create more guidelines. So when we're thinking about Instagram stories or comment sections where influencers can interact directly with patients and followers, that's a huge concern. We've seen a lot of comment sections, for example, in the ads that we've seen where people are interacting, and influencers who are not healthcare professionals are interacting with young adult patients directly about the particular product, which is really concerning. But also, I guess more broadly, when we're thinking about, young adult patients and the unique parasocial relationship that might exist between especially a micro-influencer and a young adult patient, and what that means for the influence that this person with, like Aaron said, maybe 500 followers. We've seen micro-influencers with 270 followers, for example, what that can have on their audience because of the ability, again, to respond directly to comments, direct messages, individually, etc. So I think there's a lot here, and this is really important, especially as it pertains to Instagram and TikTok, which are changing very, very rapidly. I mean, every day it seems like there's a new feature on these platforms. So.
Thanks for the comments. Again, sounds like a lot to discuss. Andrea?
Hi, everyone. My name is Andrea Downing. I am the co-founder of an organization called the Light Collective. We are a 100% patient-led organization that was founded after Cambridge Analytica in 2018. And we started out of an urgent need to preserve the rights, interests, and voices of patient communities in healthcare technology. I came from this as not somebody who identifies as a social media influencer, but as an advocate who has never taken money from pharma. I don't find that it is ethical to do that. And I think that there's an inherent conflict of interest when we think about social media influencer marketing. I think, as Tony pointed out, there are only a few places where direct-to-consumer advertising is legal, and that includes the United States. My area of focus and study right now started last year when our patient, a group of us, downloaded our JSON files from Facebook and started to see all the pharma and healthcare companies, including medical systems, that were tracking us across the internet without consent. We published that proof of concept study in partnership with Eric Paraxlis, who's the Chief Scientific Officer of DCRI at Duke. Follow-up investigations led to finding that not only health organizations, but many others were illegally passing PHI to Facebook in order to enable targeting of direct-to-consumer advertising. And the timeline goes that by December, we have seen a definitive ban from Health and Human Services on these cross-site trackers being installed on these healthcare websites to pass information in the form of leads about patients without their consent back to social media platforms. So my big call to action for this group, and I did hear a little bit of the end of the last discussion, is we started our support group, and it may be 9,000 women at this point. We may be considered by the industry as influencers, but we didn't start it for the reason of, pushing commercial interests. We started it because it was a lifeline to support each other through the trauma of a diagnosis. For me, that was BRCA. And I just have to come out and say, our community's interests do not assume or preclude the pharma industry's opportunity to push drugs on us. We need transparency. We need laws in this area. We have gone to many of the social media platforms to try to get better governance. And our guiding principle and the lens we look through as patients trying to organize around these problems is no aggregation without representation. The people we should be asking for ethical guidance are not the pharma companies. It is the patient community leaders and the people who should be doing work in a way that is free from conflict of interest. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments too. Again, very important topics to follow up on, and like to turn to Brittany now for some opening comments as well.
Hi, everyone. Happy to be here. I'm Brittany Kakula. ARP, if you don't know, it's a membership and advocacy organization for people age 50 plus. But what we do for all, and you don't have to be 50 to join. And, I wanted to touch on something that Erin mentioned when talking about future research, that idea of cultural inclusivity. And, as we're talking about people to, the need for more research, I just want to remind researchers to also include age as a factor. We can't ignore the perspective of older adults. One, their size, you can't forget right now, it's 108 million 50 plus adults. By 2030, it's going to be 132 million. And that includes millennials who will start turning 50 in the next 7 years. So, this is a group you can't ignore. And just as far as the idea of the medical field, 8 in 10 50 plus adults have some health condition by age 50. So again, these are people who have an interest in this area. And, as a reminder, older adults are moving towards these social media platforms, and, they're using it just like everyone else to find information, to be entertained, and to connect with other ones. But, so that's the piece, but I do want to also talk about digital literacy. So we can't ignore that. Yes, they are coming to these platforms and, making sure that your research includes older adults, but don't forget that you do have a lot of new people who are just now getting engaged with technology. And there are some who are still relatively new to the idea of social media. We've done some research on privacy when it comes to technology, and there's a lot of confusion there. Even about basic things related to privacy, like what is a third party? What are you agreeing to when you click that button? So, this idea of understanding social media influencers, I think that will probably need to be looked at from the same way. Don't assume that there's a level of literacy there just because people are engaging with the content.
Great. Thank you all for some both concise comments and also comments that open up a lot of new dynamic and challenging issues around digital promotion of prescription drugs. We had the first couple of questions I mentioned, it seemed like your comments were going to cover to some extent. Our first one is around the predominant emerging trends and formats, major trends, public health considerations, concerns that you all have. We've covered some of those. We've also covered a bit around the digital marketing strategies that go along with those emerging trends and formats, particularly around influencers or patient advocates, as Aaron mentioned. Some of them like to be called and try to focus on. Before we move on to the other questions, are there other issues around predominant emerging trends and digital marketing strategies that you all would like to get out there for this awareness and potential further exploration? For example, while we talked a lot about influencers, a little bit about the 15-second Instagram videos, hashtags, any other tools that you all think are worth noting for this discussion?
I think the DMs, the direct messaging, is a major problem with these platforms, because the patient influencer is the expert in that conversation. And so I think, you know, I believe in the exchange of patient information. I think patients have power when they're together. And so I do believe in sharing information, but I think it gets tricky when patients, and we've seen this in comments on TikTok. I think there's one about Ozempic going on where people are exchanging dose information. That, right, is crossing the line, giving medical information as a patient. And so I do think it's important. In the interviews that we conducted, no one, you know, they might have exchanged medical information, but it was always a push to talk to your doctor. So I think this is where the gray area exists, right? And especially when that paid component comes in, because that changes everything. But I do think the direct messaging is a major problem.
Can I just follow up on that?
Yeah, please.
A really interesting point. And another challenge with that is it's completely under the radar, right? It's not something that can be observed by regulatory agencies, even though it may be actually a sponsored message. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut in. Yeah.
No, it's an important point. Sneha, go to you next.
Yeah, I think you know, two things that I think are really important to note is that you don't have to be following the account to be receiving these advertisements. And I think that's really scary because, you know, once you interact with one Nurtec ODT ad, for example, you might be prone to, you know, be inundated with these sorts of advertisements. And I think it's also important to note one thing that we've noticed is that there's waves of this marketing. And so it doesn't, you know, all happen at once where we're seeing, you know, migraine medicines advertised all days of the year. It's like in these waves, and it seems like all the competitors are advertising at the same time as well. The second thing I think that Tony had highlighted is the virality of a lot of these posts. And so again, you don't have to be following this content to be consuming it and receiving it, which is really scary again when these are, you know, maybe 10-15-second videos with upbeat music, and it really downgrades the serious nature of prescription medicines. And it's really scary when we're seeing like all this really fun music and people, you know, doing all these trends in addition to, I guess, like molding those with actual prescription drug advertisements. So I just want to highlight that. I think right now, the way that a lot of these advertisements exist on social media just downplay the serious nature of these prescription medicines, especially when we're thinking about medications like for migraines rather than medications for inflammatory bowel disease, for example, because I think there is that distinction.
I do want to get to the presentation of risk information in these new formats, building on your comment, but let me first see if Andrea, Brittany, anything else you'd like to add in terms of important trends and mechanisms here?
Well, I'll just go back to the question of private messages being problematic. I do agree with Sneha, but I'm not sure what you're suggesting, because is the idea to, when we say private messages, that is between one individual and another. So my organization really focuses a lot on rights and privacy. And there's really not a surveillance mechanism that I would personally be okay with getting between a patient and another patient. Further, again, I'm going to come back to, what medications that an individual chooses. I don't necessarily think there's, after 20 years in the tech industry and 10 years in advocacy, magic bullet tool or trick here. I think that it continues to be a decision that should remain between a doctor and a patient. And I think we need to cut out the clutter of all of this invasiveness. How do we get to the right patient at the right time? Because those same targeting mechanisms that we're using to micro-target patients are also being used by threat actors in order to target medical misinformation, snake oil, and things that are really bad for our health.
Yeah,
Tony, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think this is another example of where there's a sharp distinction between an independent patient advocate and somebody who's being paid by industry. Because if someone, if there are two patients discussing a drug without either one being sponsored by industry, that's First Amendment protected free speech, and certainly we don't want surveillance or regulation of that. But if one of them is being paid by industry, then you get into, should the same, for example, we've talked about risk, but also things like promoting off-label usage, which some pharmaceutical companies have paid multi-million-dollar fines when their salespeople are doing that and detailing physicians. But a reasonable question is a nominally patient advocate who's actually being paid by industry, who does that in a private conversation, is that should that person be viewed as a de facto salesperson for the pharmaceutical company? I guess I don't have an answer to that, but that's something that concerns me.
Okay. I do want to turn to what some best practices or guardrails might be, but before we do that, you all have generated a lot of comments from our attendees today, both raising some additional areas of concern and asking for answers to questions about guardrails or best practices too. So I want to get to both of those. But first, one of the questions was around the potential complications of having a nurse or pharmacist, or sounds like basically someone with a knowledgeable clinical background as a social media influencer who is also a patient. Any complications or confusion about whether they're speaking to their audience as a patient or as a healthcare provider, someone with specialized knowledge? Aaron, maybe that's a good one for you, given the research work you've done.
I haven't studied like nurses or doctors yet, but I do my graduate students studying mental health professionals. And so how do you know when one person has been certified or has that education to give advice? And so this is where I think the whole gray exists. And so when COVID was happening, we saw doctors trying to get on TikTok to really spur vaccines. And so that raised a lot of questions about should they be doing that. And so I'll just give you my opinion. I have mixed feelings about this, right? Because source credibility really matters, but also transparency and what position of power perhaps are they speaking from. And so I do think it's important to when you're communicating from whatever role to say that and be open with it. But I do think it's gets into the gray area when we have medical professionals acting as social media influencers, especially when they're promoting drugs. Sorry.
And I think you made, again, the point about transparency being important and how to get there is something I'd like to come back to. But our third and fourth questions dealt with risk presentations on digital platforms, which all of you have mentioned is challenging. Could I ask you all to talk a bit, and I do want to save time, so I want to do this concisely, but talk a bit about the emerging formats of risk presentation, common types of risk presentation, and thoughts you have about where we might go from here, both in terms of concerns and how to address them in terms of presenting risk information in these digital media contexts. Anybody want to start?
I'll take a crack at that. One of the things I mentioned as kind of a unique aspect of digital media is the brevity, the limited amount of time compared to even a 60-second TV ad. And I think there's a researcher, Baruch Fishoff, who does a lot of research on risk and risk perception. And in talking more generally about informed consent, he's very critical of this sort of laundry list sort of presentation, and the idea that among the potential risks of a drug, there's probably a very small subset of risks that are going to be actionable, that might actually change a patient's decision of should I use this drug or not. And that's going to be a function of both severity and likelihood of that side effect. And his proposal is that you do, and we've done some of this sort of research, is you look at that empirically and you look at presence or absence of different types of warnings and say, which are the ones that really deflect how consumers decide? And those are the most important ones that need to be presented. Ones that people might in retrospect say, gosh, if I'd known about that, I wouldn't have used the drug. And that's usually a very small subset. So there's kind of sometimes, it's like brevity is the soul of informed consent. And that can be, maybe that's a virtue potentially of the shorter format, is forcing the message to focus on those limited number of warnings that really may have an impact, are going to have the most informational value to the patient.
Yeah, brevity seems built into many of these formats. Are there other thoughts about how to address important risks in these kinds of brief presentation formats?
Sure, I'll take this. I think informed consent is inherently broken when we think about our digital communities and our digital landscape. And if we think that the advertisements that are going to have the fine print at the bottom of the page, when the attention span of people flipping through an advertisement is, 60 seconds to a minute, is sufficient, I would definitely question the approach here. I would like to kind of ground this in the experience in complexity of risk for BRCA1 and 2, which is the community that I come from. When I was 25, I was told I had up to an 87% chance of developing breast cancer and up to a 60% chance of developing ovarian cancer in my lifetime. All of that comes from a lot of science behind it, a genetic counselor that had to walk me through an informed decision. And that took time for me to get to the point where not only me, but others in my community were comfortable with the path that we had to take. And, when I think about the inherent risk in newer drugs, clinical trials, these are all conversations that are not going to be had in a catchy TikTok or a Instagram post in the fine print. It's just not going to happen.
Any other comments on this topic?
Yeah, I'll just say, I think some of the trends that we found with risk information is really difficult because it's so variable, and I don't know if there's appropriate guidance right now on how risk information should be displayed on Instagram and TikTok in particular. But we've seen like a 15-minute patient influencer video that has like 5 seconds in white letters that you have to really be looking for a disclosure to know that it's even sponsored, for example. And then some ads will say like, see prescribing information, like link in bio or something like that. So you actually have to go to the link in bio to see the safety information. Other issues is like for people with visual impairments, for example, we've seen ads where there's a static image of the patient influencer, and half of it is just tiny, tiny letters that are just scrolling for minutes and minutes. And so, I mean, those are clearly just not effective for patients who are looking for more information about the particular prescription medicine. I just really quickly, this is a little bit off topic, but I just really quickly wanted to broaden our view of what we think about influencers. I think nonprofits and patient advocacy groups can also be influencers and should also be held accountable for, you know, appropriate disclosures. We've seen, you know, a big cystic fibrosis group, for example, talk about prescription, like 3 different patient stories of someone on prescription medicines, one right after the other. There is no disclosure about sponsorship, etc., of this particular pharmaceutical company, which we know they've received billions, not even just millions, but billions from. And so as we think about this conversation and think about influencers, I also want to, you know, think more critically about the role of patient advocacy groups in educating and informing and providing independent information to patients they serve.
And thanks for raising that further point. I do want to turn to guardrails, guidance, and maybe some how the traditional regulatory steps, how can they be adapted to this context too in our remaining time. Maybe as a transition to that, though, just sticking with risk information for a moment longer, since all of you have emphasized the importance of getting that across effectively in a limited amount of time. Are there any examples that you all have seen that you can point to that kind of get this right, like a good example of a best practice around risk communication, and maybe while we're at it, disclosure too, in these digital formats? I know there's a lot to be concerned about, but
I mean, I would just come out and say no. My answer is no. I haven't seen a good example.
Anyone else? All right, well, clearly some work to do from here. Now, we've talked some about next steps and needed research, and appreciate Aaron's comments. Tony, actually all of you have identified some issues that would be good to explore and understand further. I do want to get to this last part of the session, focusing on the last couple of discussion questions that we had. One about how to get to more adequate communication of risks on balance with benefits. And it sounds like we don't have a lot of good examples of how to do this successfully yet. But Brittany, I know you've done a lot of thinking about how to communicate risks, especially for older populations. We're getting more and more of them now too. So maybe you could comment a little bit on that. And then I want to open up to everyone for thinking about best practices for presenting risk information and benefit risk balance in emerging digital platforms. And also we can get to guardrails and regulatory steps as well. There have been a few questions from the attendees about that too. But maybe Brittany, a few comments on best approaches you've seen or recommendations around communicating benefit risk.
So sorry about that.
That's okay.
You froze, so I was kicked out and came back. So I missed what the question was.
Oh, so it was about some of the work that you've done on communicating risks and benefits in current and emerging formats, especially for older populations. And any comments as we try to spend these last few minutes on if everybody feels like we're definitely not there yet with these digital platforms, suggestions that you have about the most promising directions to go.
So my work area focus at ARP is about engagement with technology. So limiting barriers and things like that. So I wouldn't focus on risk, but I can say, you know, some of the barriers that we found. It's like people feeling that they're not like understanding how to use something, or they're not like following what the flow is. So that's something. And then another thing is people feeling like underrepresented in the content that they're engaging in. So on social media, or as these brands are thinking of how to, who to target or how to target, that they're including older adults in the imagery, in the marketing, in the way that they're talking about them, the language. So that's the focus that I would look at it from ARP's perspective, not so much of like the risk piece.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I would like to push a little bit more, maybe for all of you, on some of the best practices here that you'd like to see, and then let's get to then we can get to appropriate guardrails or other steps. Sorry, Tony, go ahead.
Well, I'll just say a potential best practice would be something, I think, is something along the lines of earlier session presenter Steve Woloshin and his contact, I think it's Lisa Schwartz, of the so-called drug facts box, which is a very concise way of giving very useful information. I agree with him completely that people tend to reflexively underestimate people's ability to understand quantitative information if it's presented really clearly. And so I think that the work of Woloshin and Schwartz, I think, is a really good guideline of how risk information can be. Now, they first proposed that about a decade ago. I still haven't seen it in any kind of DTC advertising, but I think that would be a good place to start.
And that does fit with steps that FDA has been taking to try to make the patient information section of drug labels more concise and
exactly
more effective. Yeah. Other comments around what best practices you'd like to see more of?
I'll take that.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think we need to recognize that many of these communities on social media took years for people to build. And some of them started for commercial reasons. Some of them started truly to give support to people. And the difference in these digital communities organizing on social media and traditional healthcare is most of the people in this call have institutional support. They have a career path. They have a legitimate role in healthcare, where the only path for a patient organizing a community right now is to get on social media, organize their peers, and get paid by pharma. And I'm wondering if we can imagine a different model, a model where we actually think of patients as public servants, where we have rights and the ability to actually create these guardrails ourselves, driven from the voices of what's most important for the patient community, not what is easiest for the industry or for healthcare. We recognize that there is a need to share data and to do that to improve patient outcomes. And I think that we should just be coming from a completely different place rather than thinking of these transactional approaches to how we engage with communities.
Thank you. This is kind of a follow-on to that, or about the point of new approaches for patients to engage and get support. A couple of our attendees have asked questions along the lines of, well, shouldn't there be some connection to a knowledgeable health professional? I mean, you all talked about, or Erin, in your research, you found a number of these messages highlighted or recommended talking to your doctor, talking to a health pharmacist, health professional about the issues that were raised. Are there any further best practices around getting more connections between these patient-led groups or other efforts and connecting to a health professional?
Not that we found, unless it's the patient influencer referring the consumer. I will say for most of the drugs that we're talking about, they have to be doctor prescribed. So just like in traditional direct to consumer, there is a gatekeeper. That doctor has to prescribe that drug. I think it would be interesting to know the prescriber rates that are influenced by influencers. So we have that information about how many patients request a drug they've seen from television advertising. And so we should have that information about how many patients are requesting drugs they see on the internet. I also think something that should be considered is the international impact, where other countries who don't have legal direct-to-consumer can see this kind of advertising and promotion, but then also, what is it doing to their markets and generics and drug trials? I mean, this doesn't just affect, persuasion or drug requests. I think there's some ripple effects here that we need to be considerate of too. But that's a long way to say there really is no guidance here, and there needs to be. So I do think the FDA has a role here. I think marketing and advertising companies have a role here, especially given their ethical guidelines put forward by their industries. And then I do think pharmaceutical companies, pharmaceutical advertising is going to exist. And so I think we're already behind this. And I do think that if we don't act now, that this is going to get away from us, like we saw e-cigarette advertising on social media, tackle our youth. And so I do think this is a problem, a rising problem that we need to get in front of.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the World Wide Web is worldwide, so these have implications outside the U.S., even though they're really important issues for the U.S. in particular. So we have 5 minutes left. This is a totally unfair question to ask to get an answer in 5 minutes, given the range of issues and insights that you all presented here today. But with respect to guidelines or enforcement, what do you think is most important as a next step for FDA, for best practices by industry that groups could promulgate, et cetera? I assume some of that's going to have to do with disclosure, and Aaron just mentioned one type of disclosure, what happens to people who go to an influencer or to a particular website or TikTok account. But would also like to ask the question of how should FDA enforce these kinds of guidelines in this context? Traditionally, there's a question about this from one of our audience members. Traditionally, there's been a warning letter approach, and warning letters serve a role in themselves against a particular agent who's crossed the line, but they also serve as guidance to everybody else. So what can FDA do to provide more guidance in this space, and what's most important to provide guidance on? And like I said, it's not fair, but 1 minute each for maybe or less for a last comment as we keep paying attention to these important issues. Aaron, do you want to start?
Sure. I think, right now, I do think the risk information needs attention, how it's presented. But it's also so early, we don't really know the effects of this type of advertising on the market or on people, what they request. So I think the risk information is the most important piece of pharmaceutical advertising. So, I think pharmaceutical companies want to be responsible or are trying to be responsible in some way, because they definitely don't want to break the laws. But I think they could, this is an opportunity for them to be leaders in creating some guidelines in how they work with patient influencers, because, this is a practice that's going to continue. And so I just think that pharmaceutical companies, can work within the laws that they've been doing it for years in social media marketing or with television advertising. So I think them and patients need to come together to formulate some best practices.
Thanks for some practical next steps. Sneha?
Yeah, well, I think the first thing is to definitely engage patients in all of this process. I think especially those of us who are using these social media platforms, we're seeing them change every day. And we're also seeing the way that safety information is disclosed or not disclosed on a lot of these posts. And I think, FDA has a job to engage the public, and particularly independent patient advocates, because it's a lot harder for us to be engaged than those often driven by industry. The second thing I'll say is that we've commented a lot on FTC's endorsement guidelines, and I think a really tangible way for FDA to maybe increase its guidance or public messaging about social media direct-to-consumer advertising is by partnering with FTC. And I don't know the extent to which that's happening, but I know for other issues like biosimilar misinformation, disinformation, that's been more robustly done. So I would love to see a more formal partnership between FTC and FDA and the public engaged in all part of that process.
There have been those partnerships in other areas. Andrea?
So I will definitely echo what Sneha just said, and also take it further to say the way that we are targeted, the mechanisms that, or the vectors that we use to target people through the data that are generated on these targeting tools or cross-site tracking, that's something I think the FDA could partner with not only the FTC, but Office of Civil Rights to make sure that these platforms are enforcing the way that we're getting to patients a bit better and making sure that data isn't being leaked illegally from cross-site tracking or patient portals in order to target patients.
Thank you. And Tony, I'd like to turn to you next.
Well, I guess mine's more of a question I have, and that is the Office of Prescription Drug, what used to be called DDMAC. There's a lot has changed since the late 80s. And do they have, in order to effectively regulate these promotional activities, do they have sufficient size of staff and the right kind of mix of expertise of staff? I think it's really important to have medical and pharmaceutical experts, but also people who are experts in consumer behavior, behavioral research, and digital media, because it's a brave new world, and I don't know that they haven't made those adjustments, but I'd be really interested to see what changes have been made in sort of the setup of that division of FDA.
And it sounds like in any case, you'd recommend some changes in that direction if they haven't already taken place. It's good to know that there are a number of perspectives like all of yours that seem willing to help with these new and emerging challenges. And I'm not sure if we lost Brittany or not. I'm not seeing on my screen right now, Brittany, if you have any final comment before we wrap up. All right. Well, I really appreciate all of your perspectives on this new or emerging area, which has raised a lot of opportunities to connect with patients and some of the benefits that come from patients being able to hear more from other patients, having communities, but also a number of the areas of concern and potential directions for guardrails or further steps to address those concerns in this critically important area of prescription drug promotion. So thank you all very much for being with us for this session. I'm sure there's going to be more happening in this space, and really appreciate your working with us on it. And with that, I'd like to turn to Nancy Allen LaPointe for our final session of the day, switching to the healthcare provider experiences.
Great. Thanks so much, Mark. So I'm happy to be back for this fourth and final session for today. And this is entitled Healthcare Provider Experiences with Emerging Trends and Formats in Prescription Drug Digital Promotion. And so we're going to, as Mark mentioned, we're going to shift the focus a bit to healthcare providers. Like the previous sessions, we'll start out with a brief presentation followed by a panel discussion. And while we did touch on prescription drug promotion for healthcare providers in a lot of the prior sessions, we're going to just try to dig a little bit deeper, specifically for the healthcare provider here. So our presenter for this session is Dr. Evelyn Hermes DeSantis. Dr. Hermes DeSantis is the Director for Research and Publications for FACT-MI and Professor Emerita at the Ernest Mario School of Pharmacy at Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey. So there, I see Evelyn, you're on. Go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And for those of you who don't know what FACT-MI is, it is a nonprofit organization that works alongside of the pharmaceutical industry. It's actually made up, it's a collaboration of the medical information leaders out of pharma, currently 35 different companies. So if I could have the next slide, please. So really, as you know, when we think about those emerging trends, and a lot of this has been discussed throughout the day, between social media and omni-channel, it's probably the top topics that we heard today. And really that definition of what omni-channel is really being able to, I think, get information when and where individuals need it, whether it's the patients or the healthcare providers. And it's a combination of both the digital the marketing side of it, but then also on the information side of it. And I think we see that through a variety of those different social medias. Other big things that we see for digital advertising and education really falls into the areas of those videos, and those, especially those short videos and the podcasts. And really, which has been brought up, and especially in the last one, is how you get those important safety information into those digital channels. The two other things that I think have really come up recently, especially in targeting and in terms of that advertisement, is making sure whatever it is, things are being developed with a mobile first identity to it, so that as things do get developed, as those marketing pieces look various on different places, it can be seen on those mobile devices. And then also the targeting of specialty groups, so that it is, again, going back to that omni-channel where everything is being targeted to. So if you go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Oh, nope. I'm sorry, back one. There we go. Just some of my general observations as a healthcare professional. So while I was at Rutgers, I was the director of drug information services and was really tasked with helping manage the formulary for that institution. I have to say that marketing materials would build awareness for myself between new drugs, new indications, safety information, but it wasn't going to sway my decisions. My decisions for what my recommendations were, whether it was through the Drug Information Center or whether it was for our formulary management, was definitely evidence-based. So for me, content was so much more important than the brand story. And the other thing I realized is sometimes it was difficult to find the information I was looking for. You can't always Google everything. So it was definitely interesting. But I always wondered what other people were doing with information and where they were getting the information. Next slide, please. So one of the research projects we did at my end of my term at Rutgers before retiring, we actually worked with Factimi and we conducted this research program, looked at 500 healthcare professionals and really asked them where they were looking or how frequently they utilize various sources when looking for information. So not so much advertisement, but looking in general. A lot of that was still for those specific medical websites or apps and those general online search engines where you're definitely getting that advertisement. Social media really was down at the 10% level. So it's interesting, where people look for information was not in that social media realm, although that's now where a lot is coming through. Next slide. One of the other surveys that we've done more recently was a survey with 1,000 patients and caregivers, and we asked them where they got information, where and how they got information, and then how did they utilize it. Search engines, again, top of the list. Social media was much lower on that list, but I think more importantly was not just what they got, but then how did they use that. So in the next slide, please. So in the next, here we see out of the entire 1,000 patients and caregivers, if it was information that they actively sought or if it was information that they passively received. So this could have been the pamphlet that they got at the pharmacy or the advertisement that came across their social network feed, or, just an advertisement in general. Number one thing they did was discuss that information with a healthcare provider. Second was using it for my own education. Next slide, please. I then teased out, when we looked at individuals who used social media, kind of looking in that digital footprint, discussing with HCP was still top of the list. But now all of a sudden we're starting to see that sharing the information with friends, starting medication on my own or changing medication on my own, kind of scary, but that also kind of hit our top 4 list. So again, kind of interesting to see how people are utilizing that information. Next slide, please. But when they are having those conversations with HCPs, what are they coming and talking to their healthcare professional about? So top of the list was it made them feel more confident. Second was that they asked and started a new medication. A little bit lower down on the list, about a quarter, asked about a new medication, but didn't start. But this is what's causing that conversation to happen. And I think this is where that digital marketing, whether it's to the patients or to the healthcare professionals, does impact public health. Next slide, and that is my end. So thank you guys so very much, and I look forward to our conversation.
Great. Thanks so much, Evelyn, for kicking us off with that wonderful overview and introduction. So at this time, I'd like to invite the rest of our panelists to join us on screen for the moderated discussion. Just of note, one of our panelists was unfortunately unable to attend this afternoon, but joining Evelyn on this panel will now be Dale Cook, who's the president of Philly Cook Consulting. And then also we have Reshma Ramachandran joining us. She is a board certified family physician, health services researcher, and co-director of the Yale Collaboration for Regulatory Rigor, Integrity, and Transparency. So welcome everyone for our panel. And again, I thank you in advance for being willing to share your expertise, insights, and perspectives this afternoon. As we proceed with this session, like with the rest of the sessions, we do have discussion questions, which will be posted here on a slide and then later put into the web chat for folks to reference or to look at. And we also continue to encourage our audience members to submit questions through the Zoom Q&A function. And again, we will try to get to as many of those as we possibly can during the course of this discussion. So with that, let's jump in to our first question. And that is, what are the predominant emerging trends and formats in digital promotion of prescription drugs to healthcare providers? And what are the public health considerations presented by these new formats? And so, Evelyn, I think you mentioned this in your presentation, and I'm wondering if you can kind of kick it off and expand a little bit more on perhaps the omni-channel, since that's come up in some of our other presentations as well.
Certainly. Thank you, Nancy. So I think when we talk about omni-channel, especially in marketing or in any information stance in that regard, what we're seeing is it's the information appearing in the work stream. So is it coming through the EMR? Is it, you did a quick search on Google, but then additional ads are popping up. So is it in that social media, whether it's, Twitter or X, I should say, Facebook or Doximity or Sermo, so some of the more specific medical social media. The ads are coming in, or the information is coming in multiple different ways. Usually it has the same underlying story, but it's going to be tailored to who that target audience is. So if it is the physician, they might be talking a little bit different than they're talking to the pharmacist.
Okay.
Just if I can add and elaborate a little bit on what Evelyn said there, the idea behind omni-channel is this idea that the physician is engaged in their own journey, right? I've heard multiple people today talk about the patient journey, which is of course essential, but the physician or any healthcare professional has their own journey. And by understanding that when they are using Doximity, they are engaged in a different behavior, and they are likely at a different point in their decision-making process, or when they're in their EHR, they are at a different point, and thus different information is going to be relevant to them. And so this notion of omni-channel is no matter where they are, no matter what they're doing, we know something about them by virtue of the specific channel in which they are engaging and how they're doing it. Behavior on a desktop computer on a weekend, very different from behavior on a personal phone at 3 p.m. on a Thursday afternoon. And so because that behavior tells you something about where they are, you can then target up and give to them the information. And, assuming everyone is behaving appropriately here, the goal is to get the right information to that healthcare professional at the instant it needs it, right? With no lag, right? We don't want any impediment to their ability to have good information when they need it in whatever format, right? So it's a small screen. Okay, then we're going to figure out how to get that information to them on a small screen, right? It's a weekend. They're going to probably spend 3 hours watching videos. Great. Then we're going to treat them very differently, right?
I'll just jump in. I'm actually in clinic right now. It's very backlit in my office, having seen patients. And I'll just talk about a little bit of a distinction in terms of how clinicians, especially practicing clinicians who are prescribing, might actually seek out information, especially in the digital health format. And I will say the pandemic in many ways have kind of changed the formats in which clinicians, especially younger trainees, are receiving this information, especially in times of uncertainty, right? Where you're making a clinical decision around prescribing of maybe a certain product. There's might be uncertainty about what's going on, especially what happened during COVID. And we saw kind of new emerging ways in which clinicians at the point of care were receiving education, and then later on in terms of longitudinal sort of learning as well. So I think there have been shifts in that. So, at the point of care, when you're doing clinical decision making, we are seeing the use of phones and whatnot, right? Some of these apps that are available, some of these websites that offer mobile friendly formats to be able to kind of offer that sort of information about various products. And we're seeing advertising very smartly so being targeted for those moments and being digestible for those moments, so that you have a quick algorithm, you have kind of pros and cons being showcased over those sorts of channels. Epocrates, I think, was one of the early kind of adopters of this in the mid 2000s or mid 2010s, where I remember even as a trainee, when that came about, it was just such a handy tool at the point of care to know the exact right dosing for specific indications. And we all oftentimes then saw ads coming in, and then we realized that there was also tracking of information that was also happening through Epocrates as well. So this idea of detailing that's happening through the digital format is very much real, especially at the point of care and when information needs to be happening quickly. On the more longitudinal learning side, now with continuing medical education also being offered in the digital format, we're seeing CME being accredited, for videos, Zoom presentations, things like that. There is that sort of there is a lot of kind of subversive marketing in the form of education. So I think this sort of distinction, or this kind of there's more of this blurriness between what's actually a marketing material versus education, depending on who's presenting the content, how the content's being presented, what risks and benefits are being discussed about. Even when you get ACCME accreditation, there's not oftentimes a deep dive in terms of the specific content that's being presented. There's not a validation to say, oh, we're making sure there's an adequate or a balance between risk and benefits. And oftentimes what's happening through a digital format is you're not going to be watching the video after the fact when it happens to actually make sure that there's parity in terms of the information being presented. And then I'll say social media has also changed in terms of how clinicians use it. Now we're seeing papers being noted on social media. So even though Twitter and X might not be sufficient by itself for putting out information, the idea of science by press release and putting out information about new drug approvals in particular on these social media channels has increased pretty tremendously. And we're seeing obviously reporting from media channels, traditional media channels, they're using social media to amplify their reporting about press releases, right? It's a race now. Whenever a new FDA approval for a product comes out, for news channels to actually report on it. And you'll see the sound bites, right? Or the kind of the quick snippet of what the product's about, what indication it is, usually the positive benefits, right, for that new approval that's being talked about in social media. And clinicians that are frankly, seeing patients that are walking around very busy, everyone in the healthcare field that is kind of overburdened, I'll say, by clinical work, the idea of having digestible forms of media that's going to talk about new products, that's going to be semi-educational, social media offers that sort of venue to be able to do so. And creatively now through Instagram and TikTok, we are seeing more and more of that through either clinicians that are reputable in the space, that are considered to be kind of leading scientists or leading investigators talking about new products. And there again, there's not a lot of kind of oversight in terms of making sure there's parity about risks and benefits, or uncertainty at the time of approval is being conveyed to clinicians as well.
Well, with that, I mean, I think you brought up a whole bunch of new questions for me. So I appreciate that. But I think one of them is, and this is, I've heard this throughout the day, is sort of this concept of where you have education versus promotion, right? So, and I think here with the healthcare providers, I want to kind of dig a little bit deeper with that, because obviously, as everyone has said here, the healthcare providers are looking to make with their patients informed clinical decisions that are evidence-based, that will do the best for their patient, and be able to communicate that with the patient, both the risk and the benefits, and have sort of that dialogue and that strategy of working with the patient, of coming together and decision making. So when a physician or a pharmacist or a nurse is looking at materials, it sounds now, there's, like you said, there's kind of a bleeding, if you will, between what we have in the past thought of as traditional sort of education that is regulated. It has, you have to check off a certain number of boxes to be CME accredited, and all of those. Same thing with pharmacists and nurses and other healthcare practitioners. You have a lot of that you need to do, but it sounds like now you're seeing more of a bleeding of information or education. And maybe there's two things. Maybe there's like CME sort of education programs with some maybe less than balanced information and some influence of promotion there. But then also I heard you talk about apps that are like information, like Hippocrates, for example, but then have embedded ads. So maybe we take those two separately and sort of drill down a little bit more. And really what I'm kind of interested in is, how much of this are you seeing? Are you seeing this moving, as you look to the future, this is going to happen more and more? And what are physicians or other healthcare practitioners doing to being able to help themselves decipher what's promotion, what's education in a very quick time period, because they don't have a lot of time to digest a lot of this material?
Yeah, I would say, just like a loaded question. And part of it is thinking about, medical education and just general, I think healthcare professional education is just generally in terms of, one, being able to understand kind of the underlying evidence, being able to understand, what conflict of interest might be in terms of speakers who are giving even CME, or even with Hippocrates, like understanding like when ads are coming out and they talk about the disease just generally, and then there is a suggestion about maybe a new product, how to actually decipher that information, especially when they put sometimes a snippet of clinical trial results, but they might talk about the benefits more so, and then the risks are kind of in tiny, tiny print at the bottom of that ad, right? I think part of it is, we have seen, huge strides in medical education, and I'll say this specifically from the physician side, of educating trainees about how to kind of decipher this information, to understand there should be risks about parity in terms of risks and benefits, both in terms of promotional marketing that we might see, but also in medical education. I think it's bleeding a lot more just because these are unanticipated venues in which we're seeing discussion about products, whether it's educational or kind of educational / marketing in some ways, where there's not the educational components, at least the training during healthcare professional education hasn't caught up to these new venues, and hasn't done that sort of presentation about like, these are the different ways you might be looking at information to be able to help your practice, where you might be learning about new treatments that are coming onto the market. Here's how you decipher them. Here's how you look at them. And then there's honestly the education around drug development, FDA clinical trials, the underlying evidence. Frankly, there's very few schools that actually offer that sort of curriculum, and usually it's like an extracurricular type of thing. And so I think it's kind of all tied into this, that we're seeing digital promotion moving at such a fast pace that medical education, at least healthcare professional education, is not yet able to catch up. And I think that's where we probably need to go more upstream to actually make sure that healthcare professionals can understand what are the sources of information that you're looking at, how do you decipher between what's truly educational and what's not, and then how do you also keep in mind when you have like the chair of a department who ran a clinical investigation, if they're all of a sudden showing up on your Twitter account talking about a new product, how to kind of decipher that, right? Because in your mind, it might be like this person is supposed to be an educator, very prominent in this field, but they are oftentimes being paid by the company to kind of promote a product. And so how to kind of reconcile that in seeking out new sources of information for new products.
And Evelyn, Dale, any comments on this?
So one thing I wanted to do is give a shout out to FDA's bad ad program. FDA has a program to educate people, and you can get CME credit for taking their program. So for any healthcare professionals out there who are not aware of it, just, Google, go into whatever your favorite search engine is. I shouldn't refer to a specific brand, and just type FDA bad ad, and you can, learn more about that. What I am hearing most often from the people who want to engage in promotional activity about CME is they come to me and they say, Dale, all of these CME providers are now doing short form video. Healthcare professionals are people too. So just like the rest of humanity, they love short form video. Why can't I, in my promotional activities, do short form video directed at healthcare professionals? And my answer to them is because you're not engaged in CME, because the rules are quite simply different, right? And, I am a lawyer, and I went to the Tom Klein School of Law at Drexel University, go Dragons. And the Tom Klein is a very famous torts attorney. And part of the constraint is what's called in the law the learned intermediary doctrine, which is the idea that we must provide to that learned intermediary an extensive amount of risk information. So even over and above what FDA requires, there is a tremendous fear by prescription drug manufacturers that a failure to deliver all of that information could result in a massive fine. And although they are afraid of the FDA and the DOJ, they're equally afraid of Tom Klein and every other plaintiff's attorney on the face of the planet, as well they should be. So that is an enormous constraint on behavior across the board.
I think the other thing I just wanted to piggyback onto the comments that were just made is, as we look at this educational material, it's also understanding, I think, where even within pharma it's coming from, in that there is the commercial side of pharma and then there is the medical side of pharma, and their medical information is trying to provide that data that is the fair balance. What information do you, as that clinician, when you're making this decision, maybe it's not the time you're writing the order, but you're making that decision and you have a question. So that medical side does have that information that they can share if you ask them that question. And I think even within that realm, they're trying to figure out it within this omni-channel, within how does medical plug into that commercial omni-channel to make sure you're getting the right information that people need to make those decisions.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's kind of interesting though, because in some ways we want to think that there is a firewall between the two, but in reality there's not. And I, just as an anecdote, a friend of mine who works for one of the companies and has been engaged on like the R&D and medical side and was trying to think about ways they can actually do education for healthcare professionals. And it came up with some materials, and immediately the commercial side came in and said, no, we want you to emphasize this, we want you to emphasize that, and we want you to emphasize this, because there's a bottom line, unfortunately. And so this comes up, the question comes up, there's the bad ad program, which relies on third parties like reporting on ads and, kind of making a case about a potential imbalance between risks and benefits. But the need for kind of like capacity, honestly, for real academic detailing to healthcare professionals to actually provide truly independent evidence around new products, making sure that things like risks and benefits, but really also the uncertainty at the time of approval, especially as you see more and more drugs going through early approval pathways, or where there's like, studies that are required after approval to confirm clinical benefit that are needed to be communicated to clinicians. And we have, a number of surveys, including some that we've done, asking clinicians if they understand, what does breakthrough mean? What does accelerated approval mean? And honestly, most folks don't know, and usually it's an overstatement in terms of what the evidence is behind those products. And these are times, products with significant toxicity, treating diseases that are very serious. And so you would hope that there would be some way for the FDA itself, as like an independent regulator or another body, to be able to provide that sort of information and training to clinicians, such as that they do with the bad ad program. So that sort of uncertainty is also kind of built into the clinical decision-making process, so that clinicians and patients know what they're getting into with some of these new products as well.
And so what I'm hearing is really, and you know, and I'm going to date myself because when I was in clinical practice, I had everything I needed to know in a notebook that was in my pocket. It was my peripheral brain, right? So nowadays it's not like that, right? So you have all these apps and websites and resources and such, and care is complex. You know, you need to have access to a wealth of information to be able to pull it all together to make the best decisions for your patients when you're in practice. So you know, these tools I think are obviously helping us to get access to that information. But what I'm hearing is that really over time, this is just going to continue, right? So this is going to more and more types of things like this to help clinicians get information more at the point of care, more rapidly digestible, et cetera, et cetera. So what are some things that can be done to help bring this back into balance? So, and I think there's a couple of things that I'm hearing is one, I think the healthcare practitioners or providers need to understand what's promotion, what's not. You know, so what are some things that might be embedded in there that might be able to help? As well as, you know, as these things are being developed, what should be developed, policy, regulations, what have you, along with that to make sure that you know, clinicians are not put in a position that they're making a decision based on information that really was not evidence-based and they didn't realize it, for example. Anyone want to tackle that?
Well, so one thing that I think frequently gets lost in the discussion around all of these issues is the fact that promotional messaging prepared by and disseminated on behalf of a pharmaceutical company is the most highly regulated form of speech and is held to a higher standard for the truthfulness and the accuracy of that information than any other information on the planet. It is held to a higher standard than a peer-reviewed journal article, right? There are standards that absolutely companies must meet, and if they fail to do so, yeah, they can get a warning letter or an untitled letter from the FDA, which is, of course, a serious matter in its own right, but frequently they are subjected to other penalties from other parts of the government. And as I mentioned earlier, plaintiffs' attorneys are out there who are going to jump upon it as well. And so, you know, the promotional messaging, I think there's a tendency to sort of be somewhat disparaging about it in contrast to other forms of messaging. But we can't lose sight of the fact that it is the messaging that's actually held to this most rigorous of all standards, right? It's not reviewed by the agency in advance, except under extreme circumstances, accelerated approval and some other, you know, exceptions. But the messaging itself must meet an extremely high standard.
Evelyn, did you have anything to add there? Or
it looks like Rajni wants to say something.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, while it is highly regulated, I'll just say from just a practical standpoint, you know, the promotional messaging now is being distilled down into like these, like, you know, sizable chunks that are coming up on, you know, Twitter and Instagram and in news articles. And I will say the one thing that was kind of concerning to see, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, just because we needed to have information out there very rapidly, right, to be able to guide clinical practice, was this idea of science by press release, right, where you would have the manufacturer putting out high-level results for interim studies, and then that got translated into tweets that would show up on our feeds, Instagram messages, oftentimes, you know, promotional material through other third parties as well. And so I think that's where I get kind of concerned that that might have set a precedent for other products, because we're seeing that a lot. We're seeing a lot of science by press release where, you know, FDA is being careful in terms of how it talks about products, but it's coming out a few hours later after there's already been that initial wave. There's already been a number of like traditional media news hits talking about the product, you know, from based on the company press release beforehand. So I do want, and there would be some sort of policy around, you know, for these sort of new products that are meant to treat serious conditions where there's unmet medical need, where, you know, there's a number of, you know, clinicians, especially in subspecialties, like looking out for these products, and patients, you know, who have a lot of hope for these new products, that FDA would be the first out of the park to kind of like distill down what the science actually is, where there's uncertainty, where there's questions, instead of, you know, a press release from the company that overtakes the news cycle, and honestly, the social media channels as well. In terms of like other sorts of regulation, this idea of key opinion leaders also, being funded by industry and now showing up on these digital formats, kind of similar to influencers on the patient and caregiver side. We're also seeing, kind of third-party entities that hire a number of these, prominent physicians or physicians that have a high social media following and serve as an entity to be able to kind of negotiate those relationships between the pharmaceutical or medical device company with those practitioners. And I think one thing that could be done from CMS, especially thinking about open payments, because they only record payments that are going directly from the manufacturer to the clinician or to the hospital, and not necessarily through these third parties, is actually expanding the scope of actually showing these third parties and where the money is flowing through. So having more transparency of these sorts of relationships that are happening, and then hopefully regulation as well. And then, of course, like with telehealth, we're seeing these linkages that are happening between promotional materials directly to prescribers, kind of agreements that are happening between telehealth companies where they're hiring providers with the pharmaceutical companies. So there's kind of already a built-in incentive to kind of prescribe the product from the company that that telehealth company might have a relationship with. And I think those sorts of things need to be regulated, both from CMS that does crediting or accreditation of those telehealth entities, but also looking more critically at these relationships between telehealth providers and companies, and this sort of pass-through that's happening between the ads and the telehealth company, where now they're able to kind of collect information about who's prescribing this, patients actually, seeing success in terms of, and for the company at least, in terms of clicking on the ad, and then all the way down to the prescription. There's not really any sort of real regulation around that. There's a lot of lack of transparency around those business agreements that are happening between both of those. And that's where I think, CMS, FDA, it could play a real role in terms of making sure those sorts of relationships are coming forward. And I think with untitled letters, it's great that FDA has that. We're seeing kind of this has been reported on a lot. There's been a decrease quite a bit over the years in terms of the number of untitled letters that have come out. And I do wonder, is it capacity as an issue to be able to look at all these sorts of different ads, these new venues in which promotional material is going through, to be able to ascertain like risk and benefits. And I think this is, again, kind of going back to Congress, like appropriating adequate resources to the FDA to be able to kind of keep track and keep on top of these new venues in which promotions are occurring.
Evelyn, did you have something to add there?
I just wanted to go back with what you were saying earlier about science by press release. And, as a drug information specialist, you get that press release. And what always would drive me crazy is sometimes that's all the information that you can actually find in the public space. The clinical trial hasn't yet been published. Nobody has, clinicaltrials.gov might have the summary, but trying to dig into it, that was always one of the, things that I would be annoyed about. But again, really being able to figure out how to get that information. And as a faculty member with an area of specialty of literature evaluation, it drove me crazy because people would read the abstract and be like, okay, I read the article. And I was like, no, you didn't. So being able to dig in, I think getting that information and unfortunately getting that information in the digital, footprint that we're looking at are almost two diabolical sides. They're opposing.
Yeah, and that, it almost sounds like that's kind of become a new mechanism of promotion, right? These press releases. So, but as I recall, some news media outlets are better than others that would say, or even, online thing would say, not peer reviewed, or, have disclosures or something along those lines attached to them. But I guess my question is, how well do healthcare practitioners, when they see that, do they understand that? Are they able to adequately decipher that, no, I can't just read the abstract. I actually have to go and look at the study. And I actually know that, I think Rashima, you were talking about, a key opinion leader, did a clinical trial and they're tweeting, or what are they calling now? I'm not sure if it's Xing or whatever it's called now, but putting out a message about their study. But, there is good information there to be shared, but also disclosing that, oh, I was the PI of the study, and oh, I also received salary support from the company for doing the study, I think is helpful. But I'm kind of interested in your opinions. Is that enough? So in these types of things that are out there for healthcare providers and moving forward, putting things like disclosures or not peer reviewed or other things, is that helpful to healthcare providers, or do they just not really understand the limitations? Because I think as our healthcare providers are getting, younger folks are coming in, they're more maybe trusting, more versed with outlets that, social media outlets that don't tend to have that attached to them. So are they more willing or less willing to accept things that they receive that way?
Yeah, it's a great question. I will say like there's two parts to this. Part of it is, I mean, for a practicing clinician who's like seeing patients day in and day out, it's a time sort of issue in terms of, well, they might read the article, it says not peer reviewed, but it's maybe in kind of a reputable like news media source, right? Like let's say, a New York Times or Washington Post or something talks about this like new drug. Just because of constraints on time, to be able to kind of pull up the journal article, look at the figures, look at the supplementary material, kind of understand, besides finding another venue that might actually go into more depth about this, or CME that might actually, walk through kind of the clinical trial results around this. I think part of it is like from a practical standpoint, it's just a very digestible way to get information. And so there might be an understanding of that, hey, it's not peer reviewed. There might be an understanding that like, oh, this person put a disclosure in, but it also might be dismissed in some ways. In many ways, especially for a clinician investigator who might be receiving money from the company and doing the clinical trial, if they are a very reputable clinician investigator and have like a track record in being a renowned trialist, that might like trump or kind of overtake any sort of like concerns around, okay, maybe there might be some bias in terms of how this information is being presented. And then from a practical standpoint, to be able to double check it takes time. Most of my time is research, so I have the luxury of being able to like look at articles and be able to like just go into the evidence a little bit more. But I know for a number of my colleagues who are like seeing 12 patients in a half day, it's just not possible. And so I think they're reliant on other sources to be able to kind of do that sort of translation from research article into something that's going to be used in clinical practice. And this is, again, where like medical professional societies, I think, play a huge role, right? This is where they could actually serve in lieu of a company doing educational and promotional materials as a conduit to actually provide more evidence-based distillation of some of these sorts of press releases to actually give context for how the product might be used in clinical practice.
Further on the press releases, and I did a webinar about press releases with a former FDA official who's now working in industry last year. And, FDA's position on press releases is that they absolutely can be promotional materials that are subject to all of the requirements associated with them. Their position is also clearly that they are not always promotional materials. And I say that because FDA's enforcement against press releases has been very minimal. Reshma talked about the fact that we have seen very little enforcement from OPDP, and none, quite frankly, from Appleby for several years now. And, that is absolutely true. And so if FDA is of the position that people are behaving inappropriately and using their press releases in a manner that qualifies them as promotion, then, FDA should enforce on that issue. I, of course, am not speaking on FDA's behalf. I'm in private practice. And so, and some of my clients would absolutely hate me saying, hey, FDA, take more enforcement. But if they deem this to be inappropriate communication, then there should be. Now, there have been some very severe consequences for inappropriate communications in press releases, most famously related to COVID, where, a CEO is currently, I don't know what his stance is, where the case is, but, was facing some very serious violations from the SEC, and FDA went out and said, the communications in your press release were inappropriate. So there have been instances of this happening. Press releases, though, are tricky. There are companies that take the position that absolutely press releases do not qualify as promotional messaging, period, ever. And that position, again, FDA has never taken enforcement against those companies. I know the names of them, and I haven't seen any of the letters for them. So I know they're not submitting them under cover of Form 2253 the way they're required to for all of their promotional materials. And so, you know, that's a separate policy question from FDA as to where they are dedicating their enforcement, whether they see that to be a high risk activity that has a massive impact on the public health and they should be taking more enforcement. But again, I can't speak on their behalf.
Okay. And I want to kind of shift gears just a little bit and talk a little bit about the fact that, and this is kind of stemming from a question that's in came from the audience as well, is that there's, you know, we've heard that, you know, the healthcare provider really has patients coming in, they're getting promotional material, they're coming in and asking questions about specific things that they've seen, and the healthcare provider needs to be kind of the informed guide for them in making the decisions. And so what would you like to see as far as a presentation of risk for healthcare providers that maybe poises them a little bit better to serve in that role? Because you know what the patients are hearing, you know, in a lot of the ads, and they're coming to the physicians and asking. So what is there something that you could think of that would be helpful for healthcare providers in terms of presentation of risk information?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I'll just say, you know, especially because, you know, clinical trials in terms of how they're designed for FDA approval, oftentimes exclude patients that are older and sicker with comorbidities. So for a clinician who's trying to prescribe this new drug or this new product to them, to be able to understand whether or not, you know, they will see, one, a similar benefit profile, but also more importantly, a similar risk profile as those in the clinical trials is a huge question. And this probably came about, you know, probably more prominently when we think about the new Alzheimer's disease drugs like aducanumab and honestly lecanemab as well, right? This idea that a number of patients that are typical of the Medicare beneficiary population, older population, are not being reflected in the clinical trials. And how do we actually navigate those conversations? And this was said in the advisory committee that there would be kind of this deference to shared decision-making between the physician and patient. But if physicians don't know how to actually have those conversations, it's gonna be really difficult to do so. So I think this is where, I mean, FDA, beyond just putting things on the label and offering some like caution, there has to be either communication to medical professional societies that are creating guidelines around how to have these conversations about risks and who was actually represented in the trials and considerations for clinicians who are prescribing these to patients, especially if it's older folks or folks who were just not represented in the trial in terms of comorbidities or otherwise. So I think there's definitely that sort of like communication and engagement that FDA should consider doing in terms of the bodies that are going to then be putting out clinical practice guidelines. And then there's also obviously more direct communication to clinicians around how to actually have those conversations about risk. And, you know, this includes obviously through some of the materials that they have, like, so for instance, FDA oftentimes issues press releases of its own around new drug approvals. The risk information is usually a part of, you know, a paragraph in there, but kind of being very frank about the types of patients that were enrolled in the trials. There's not usually that sort of exclusion criteria that's listed in the press release, and what clinicians should be thinking about in terms of real risk information to be communicated to patients, especially a typical patient that'll be getting that. That sort of stuff is not really in a lot of, at least, you know, to my knowledge, and we've been reviewing a lot of FDA press releases as a part of our project. Like, it's not really outlined very clearly there. And I think this is where FDA could kind of, similar to what they do with bad ed in terms of training folks on how to like look at risk and benefits, actually have that sort of training more largely about, you know, these are the populations that are included in clinical trials, especially if it's going to be a you know, wide or pretty broad populations to be indicated for. This is how we want, you know, conversation, the shared decision making that we're talking about in advisory committee meetings, that we're talking about in the approval process. This is how you actually would go about this in the clinical practice setting. And I think that's where there's this disconnect, this sort of translation between FDA approval and clinical practice, that where FDA could do a lot more to bridge that. And that could be in concert with groups that are going to be writing guidelines, or that could be directly with healthcare professionals just generally.
Gail, did you have any comments there?
Well, I mean, as I said earlier, one of the big concerns for the companies is this notion of providing all of the risk information, and the challenge that makes for the healthcare professional receiving it is it's just a ton of information. It's just a lot. And that makes it really difficult to understand exactly what is most relevant for this individual. And again, it's not just FDA and just a matter of meeting the fair balance requirement or the adequate directions for use requirement and all of that. FDA in its guidances, for example, on presenting risk information and the brief summary guidance from a few years ago, took the position when talking to consumers, you should pare back on the risk information because they get overwhelmed by it. And I think there is this tendency, again, to forget that physicians are people too, right? That physicians have the same processing abilities of other human beings. They might be more intelligent than the average bear, but if you throw 40,000 words at them, they're not going to comprehend 40,000 words. So, FDA has not yet taken a stance that I'm aware of publicly about, when or if it would ever be appropriate to pare back on the provision of risk information to healthcare professionals. I think that's a real challenge for industry because they're not likely to do so, even if FDA permitted them to, because of these other concerns. We need to get, it's about getting the right information to the people who need it at the time that they need it to make the best decision for the patients. If that's not what you're about, then what the hell are you doing in this industry?
Right. Evelyn, anything to add there?
I would just say, I think one of the things that was mentioned and Rashmi brought up was the whole idea of, what were the clinical trials, but what does your patient look like? And how do you apply the clinical trials and all that data to your particular patients? And I think that's where it has to go beyond the digital marketing. That's where it's the rest of the information that is so important.
Right. And so I want to touch on something, Dale, that I think you've mentioned now a couple of times, saying that healthcare providers are, I think you said humans or people too, but I mean, they're consumers, right? So the healthcare provider is also a consumer. Correct. So they are engaged in social media, they're on television, they're on all these other things. And we heard in earlier sessions that companies are now starting to target, based on the data that they collect about individuals, target promotions to individuals more on that one-on-one approach. So for a healthcare provider, what does that look like? And how does the healthcare provider navigate that? So, maybe I have someone in my family who has, I don't know, heart failure. I'm a cardiology practitioner. How do they know that somebody's looking for, because I have the disease, or that I treat patients? Because I'm both. I'm a healthcare provider and I'm a consumer. So how does that kind of what are your thoughts of how that will impact? And I'm really kind of thinking moving forward, how does that impact how ads are getting targeted to individuals and what data is being used? And how do healthcare practitioners, how do they kind of distill down what it is that they're seeing?
Well, so the first thing I would note is that, the regulations themselves are agnostic between healthcare professionals and consumers. FDA via guidance has sort of made clear that they see a very stark difference, and there certainly is a history of some enforcement where FDA has said you must treat the two audiences differently. Because, for example, if you present risk information as if you were talking to a healthcare professional, to a consumer, from FDA's standpoint, you haven't provided any risk information at all, because consumers don't understand it, don't use the same language. But, the level of targeting that is going on is either, depending on your perspective, it could be, as some panelists were saying, scary, or it could be, viewed as being enormously helpful. I don't know if people understand, just even some of the people on this call, television is not television as you used to understand it. If you are watching television, you might be watching the exact same program at the exact same moment as the person down the street and be seeing different ads. They can target you at that level. It is being done. And so, I am unaware of companies that are targeting physicians via those sorts of platforms. I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm saying I'm unaware of it, right? It would be an odd thing to do, I think, but not necessarily, the HCPs, as you mentioned, they are in these platforms. They are seeing all of the communications. Ideally, from a pharmaceutical company perspective, what you're doing is you're making everyone aware of everything. So the HCPs don't have a consumer walk into their office and say something that blindsides the HCP, right? That's a bad experience. From a marketing perspective, that's a horrible experience, right? They want the HCP to be prepared for that messaging. But of course, as you say, when a physician is talking about his or her its own experience, then that's the physician, worrying about their family member the same way the rest of us do.
Yeah. I would say, I mean, the digital footprints is very real, and it's not happening, I think, as Dale mentioned, in some of these like traditional, maybe more traditional platforms like television or even like streaming services per se. But definitely, I will say, in the avenues in which healthcare providers are using to actually get information or to read kind of medical professional sort of targeted like stories and whatnot. So I think about like MedPage Today, which has kind of exclusively like a health provider like network, and the ads there, the cookies that are being collected. It's they're like my computer, my phone is very much aware that I am a probably a clinician and where I'm located and where I practice, right? And so I do see ads that are more targeted towards things that I am like looking up otherwise on other platforms. They do come up in those venues. And same thing with Doximity, because there is like some survey questions that every so often like come up that are kind of like a hard stop being able to go to the next page, right? And then they also have your networks of other clinicians you're interacting with and tracking that as well. And then for folks who are on telehealth platforms, especially because of that sort of digital footprints being like picked up, there is a strategy behind like targeting things to clinicians based on practice, but also things that they're looking up maybe for themselves or their families or otherwise too. So I did, in the trade literature, there is a number of kind of strategies that companies talk about in terms of partnering with companies to actually do the sort of targeted detailing to clinicians, and like actually some of that language that Dale, you used about healthcare providers being people, that I saw that across some of the trade pieces, which is very interesting to see. But they are very cognizant, right? This is the new way that, we're not seeing sales reps in the hospitals or clinics anymore, but this is the way that they can reach healthcare providers. And they'll do it through networks, they'll do it through digital footprints, and they'll target things very exclusively that way.
Evelyn, did you have anything to add there?
I think it just goes along with what everybody's been saying in terms of, healthcare providers are people too.
People too.
We're people too, and we have patients. We're taking care of that family member. So, as you look at the ad, it is the ad for me to write the script or recommend the medication. Is the ad for me to go, hey, you might need this. So I really think that, it is important for healthcare providers to see what those ads are, so they're not blindsided when the patient comes in and asks them that question and sit there going, well, why are you asking me that? So I think, understanding the whole realm of it is extremely important.
Yeah. And I know we only have about 3-4 minutes left, but I did want to get to just, and I think we can cover it fairly quickly, that we have this term, which I think most people are familiar with, key opinion leaders or KOLs. And then I've heard folks talking about digital opinion leaders or DOLs. So I was wondering if one or more of you can just kind of give folks the general gist of that, because it sounds like this may be a trend for the future, right? So I wanted to kind of broach that. So I don't know, Dale, is that something you'd like to tackle?
Sure, I'm happy to. Everybody knows what a KOL is, key opinion leader, the leading experts in the field. What we have seen is a bifurcation of identity, and a lot of people online are not automatically regarded as being an opinion leader in those online forums, even though they in offline are. Especially you're seeing this with regard to sort of a generational shift, where you might have an older physician who has published several hundred journal articles, but who does not know what X is, let alone how to use it. And that person is obviously not then going to be the Eric Topol that you follow on Twitter/X, whatever it's called itself today, to get information about the latest breaking news. A further, thing that's happening in that online space is the digital opinion leaders who are HCP focused versus the digital opinion leaders who are consumer oriented. And so we're seeing even a further, a division there. There are some really interesting promotional programs going on targeting HCPs using very different HCPs than the consumer campaign was using, right? Both using physicians online, but using a different set of physicians, right? Because there are people who are well known by the consumers and who are well regarded by their peers, not necessarily the same people, right? And so it's a level of complexity that's going on in that space, which is it's absolutely going to continue. It's going to grow. It's not going to diminish because, again, everybody is there.
Right. Rashima, Evelyn, anything to add there?
Just, I mean, I think the generational component is important to stress because they're using kind of the newer platforms as well to be able to communicate to clinicians of the same, generation. So like, I see a number of colleagues and younger colleagues who are on Instagram and TikTok and using more of this video format to talk about new studies, to talk about, new products that they might be privy to, sometimes disclosing with the hashtag ad, piece that they're supposed to, that they have a financial relationship with the company that's producing this. And I do think this will grow. Part of it is just, again, in terms of limited time for clinicians, easily digestible forms, and also oftentimes very well produced, videos. And it's being used not just obviously for, promotional or educational purposes around products, but really across a whole range of like health issues to kind of distill down complex health topics to a different generation that's more uses this platform and more sophisticated with it. So I do think that this is something we're just going to see grow. And of course, with that, that's going to be more digital footprints, to be followed and to be utilized in a way to target these sorts of new ways to promote new products.
And one thing Reshma said there that I want to highlight, her peers, right? Healthcare professionals are deeply collegial, right? Their education gets into this, right? They do rounds together, they work together, they follow their colleagues. And so, of course, when they see that this person they graduated from med school with now has a Twitter account or a TikTok account or whatever, of course they're going to follow that person, right? They share information with each other. It's not, it's not a brain in a vat sitting on a shelf somewhere that's just making decisions based on inputs of information that are purely objective. They are part of a community and they take that very intensely.
Great.
And just to tag on to that with one other quick thought, this has gone on for years. I know in emergency medicine, some of my pharmacists have always talked about going to that Twitter account, like, this is this current case I have. What's everybody else's opinion? And would get opinions from across the country on a topic that they had, a patient they had in front of them. So been using digital footprint for years in that regard.
Yeah, great. Thank you all so much. I know we're just a minute past, but I really appreciate it. I mean, I think we could talk on this topic for hours and hours. I mean, I think there's so much to digest here, but thank you for the wonderful session today. So I'm going to just take the last couple of minutes to close out. I want to thank all of the panelists and attendees today for such an engaging event throughout all of the sessions. We're very fortunate to have such a distinguished group of experts, and I thank you all for your willingness to share your perspective and insights on this important topic that impacts consumer and healthcare practitioners alike. There's several additional people I would like to thank for making this event possible. First, I'd like to thank the FDA staff that played an instrumental role in planning this meeting. This meeting was truly a joint effort. Many thanks to Jason Kober, Shannon Sparklin, Katie David, and Katie Gray. I'd also like to thank the incredible Duke-Margolis team, Tori Gem, Aaron Soul, Kate Sandelas, Hannah Vitello, Duke DeRocher, and Christina Silcox for all their efforts to put together this event. As a final reminder, additional meeting materials will be posted to the Duke-Margolis website in the coming days, including a recording of this workshop. And just want to thank you all again for a wonderful event and have a terrific afternoon. Thank you.